Millimeter, it be accurately measured.
It's measured flat, direction up and down. Flat level we at, flight over ground. Descending from that breeze, heading in degrees. Horizontal, flat, EST. Now you know it's flat below ground. Measured flat.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, how dare you, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Sven P, Curved Fart, Pablo de la Cruz, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, J Miles 24, Unimento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Bob Barker, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Dale West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links to Patreon are below this video, together with a link to Measured Flat, my book, which you can also become an affiliate and make 30% of selling the book yourself. If you want to sign up as an affiliate, click the link below this video, leave your email and name, and you could be making 30% off Measured Flat as well. Check out Measured Flat if you haven't read it already. With that, I'll pass across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
It will change shape along with the aperture. If it's something that's actually circular and being imaged, it won't change shape.
Okay. So maybe the light is going through the Dicenian, hitting the sensor, and when it comes back out, that's the point at which you think maybe it's something's happening. Like as it tries to exit.
It could be an internal reflection of the lens. And if it is, it's going to be out of focus compared to the subject. What you got, Chris?
Doesn't that lens flare always appear in front of the actual?
The light of the lens flare is additive to whatever else is in the image. If that's what you mean by in front of.
Yeah, I mean that double reflection when you're taking a picture of the sun. You always have that dot of that lens flaring back from that object you're trying to take. But that lens flare is always in front of the object, never in the back of the object.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen one angled backwards, like going away from, the observer. Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah, but when you're looking at the reflection of light, and the reflection of light is always, the angle of reflection always equals the angle of incidence, meaning they are always in line.
In line, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, in theory, if you found the center point of the circle of lens flare and the center point of the light source causing it, and you drew a line, it would cross straight through the middle of the lens and be at likely be at equal angles from the center of the lens, or equal distances from the center of the lens for the most simple case. Less so for, like, you could have internal reflections from internal lens elements that are not spherical that do correct for various kinds of aberrations. So those would not necessarily be one-to-one in distance. You could probably count the lens elements by the number of lens flares if it's a really crappy lens.
Yeah, these are the where I bought them, man. They're pretty expensive, but something I haven't looked into though would be the refractive index of Dicenian glass instead of just regular glass. Yeah. I need to look into that. I just got them like a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks.
Yeah, but that's the same glass they use for the infrared viewers in Vietnam now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sees infrared and near infrared. Oh, you want to see the alien? My bad. Let me put that video up. So look in the clouds. The clouds are all around the sun, so you can't see the sun directly. But as my nurse like pans the camera upward into the sky, her reaction was, you can hear her in the video. She said, "Oh, they look like a little alien." But it might be pareidolia. I don't know, man. But it looks like a fucking alien with a little curly tail is like riding the clouds. It's really weird. But yeah, I'll drop that. Okay, mute up here. I'm going to drop that link now. Let's put it here. Yeah, y'all might like that video. Okay. But anyway, so they didn't have to use lights in the old world. They just had light coming through the sidewalks or the bottom floor.
What old
really
world?
Cool. You know, the mud flood world where all the basements were the first floors, first and second floors. It's a
Did you know that in Narnia, we have apartments built from the top down off of cave ceilings?
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And the proof of it is there's no evidence of it.
That's amazing. I'm going to drop some evidence for my claim. Mr. Oakley, Nathan Oakley. Is that your real name?
He's talking to you, Neil. I'm in the kitchen making coffee. You're making enemies already.
That wasn't me talking. I was distracted.
Yeah, that wasn't Nathan, RG.
Making coffee is alchemy.
Yeah, there's a place called Astoria, and they're one of the last places probably that have a lot of their old world buildings. And what they used to do was they made these metal crates, and they would pour glass into it.
How do you know?
And they would run like conductive, like little metal filaments through them. I think they had a different purpose, but they say that it was lights for the underground, but who knows really?
Who is they?
Yo, what do you mean by old world?
So like a lot of the old architecture that's like huge and overbuilt, and they have the rose windows and the big doors, those kind of buildings, like the
But
old
what do you
world.
mean by old world though?
I think it was the last iteration of pre-Diluvian, I would say.
What? You're telling me that you think the cathedrals in Europe, like in Spain, in Italy, and Rome, and even the United States, is antediluvian? Like the churches?
Well, I think there's some, because some are really like dingy and look burnt from the top, and then there's some that are like the Greek Roman style that look newer. So I think there's been a couple of minor resets, but
think about what you're saying, dude. Just think about what you're saying before you say it. You're saying that these buildings that are made out of brick, that they're antediluvian. So how they survived the flood? When the Grand Canyon was carved out by the flood, how the fuck are these buildings survive that?
Well, I think some of them were wiped away, because there's a lot of ruins like strewn around, like big blocks, like over in the Andes Mountains, Lake Titicaca up there. And
Yeah. What about Lime? What about like if you believe the Watchers came down, why couldn't they have built buildings for them to live in, possibly? And then because they wanted like their own castles or whatever, and some of those are like underwater or at the top of like Machu Picchu.
Gosh.
Why is that impossible?
No, it's not impossible after the flood. He's saying antediluvian. That changes everything, because now we're talking about
Didn't the Watchers come down before the flood?
They're not even I forget what it's called, cyclopic architecture. The cathedrals in Europe and in Spain, and even some of the Mormon temples, they're not even cyclopic, which is what's needed to even survive a catastrophic deluge. You know what I mean? They're not even
There was giants though right after the flood as well, and then when the Israelites were told to go into the Promised Land, they said they would have buildings that they didn't even have to build, that they would be able to inhabit.
That's an easier to defend argument, right? That's known as a mountain.
Well,
Bailey.
I mean,
He's talking
you're
about
supposed to
buildings
steel man him and make his argument stronger.
I know you're trying to help him out, but he said before the flood. Now you're talking about after the flood. Watchers coming down after the flood and helping them.
No, there was more than one flood, Lion.
Yeah, I think that there was definitely bigger buildings, right? That are more than likely half buried because of the flood, and you can see like signs of like petrification on these bigger, more ancient buildings. So yeah, I think, and of course, in the Bible it does talk about the first destruction would be by water, and the second would be by fire, right? And there's signs everywhere of melted structures as well.
I get what you're saying.
But hold on. Before we get to that, just because you got to understand, bro, like these structures couldn't even survive an earthquake. If there was like a 7.0 in Europe, dude, all those cathedrals would be on the ground. So you're telling me that they can survive. And we see examples of this, dude. I don't know if you know about Colombia. Colombia recently got hit by like a 7.1 or 8.1, somewhere between there, dude. And extravagant cathedrals, churches, temples were demolished, dude. Steeples literally tipped over, dude. That's what would happen. And you're telling me that these things survived the flood when they're not even cyclopic architecture. And this is my problem, right? Like you do have antediluvian structures, right? Like megalithic stonework, right? That's very old and probably is antediluvian. But you're telling me that you got like Christian cathedrals that were built during the Middle Ages, right?
Yeah.
That you're saying that that's antediluvian architecture that Christian just inherited. Not you can't.
I mean,
there's no way that you're going to convince me of that.
I wouldn't say that the buildings, their internal workings are like red brick. I think those are totally different. How do you say it? You know, I think they had a different use, of course, but I think there's a period, like a transitioning period between like megalithic, big like blocks that we see that are mainly buried, right? And a difference in between after the flood, right, where the the artwork on them are very distinct, right, and show a mixture of human with like dog-headed people and weird
Oh my
looking
gosh.
creatures, right? So I do think I'll end it here, but I do think that was the transition period, and they weren't for living in. I think they were purely machinery. It's just my opinion. But yeah, I agree. The weaker structures would have been knocked down if like the big flood came. Yeah. So hope that clears up a little bit. Might have lost y'all.
I'm not trying to push too hard, dude. I can't, dude. I can't let that go on challenge.
I think also you're missing one of the other cataclysms that occurred, which is at the Tower of Babel. There's something could have occurred as well. So I wouldn't go the earth was already judged by fire. I don't know if that would be the case because it doesn't seem that the earth was judged by fire yet, because this is a pretty brutal judgment. And we got a bunch of, like clowns still running around, which I don't think will be the case after the earth is judged by fire. I should say the fool, as the Bible says. The fool says in his heart there is no God. We have those still. I don't think that'll be the case after the earth is judged by fire. It'd be pretty impossible for anyone to claim that.
I got a question since you said that. Just curious. Have you looked around like a lot with and seen the buildings that look like really black from the top down, and a lot of structures that just look. I don't know if water could have did it, yeah, and then maybe some kind of plasma surge into the salt water, and maybe it gave it that effect. But you have seen the architecture, right? That does look melted.
Yeah, I definitely do know what you're talking about. Like, there are things that look melted for sure. And I'm not making a claim to I know exactly how that occurred or anything. I'm just saying, like, when God judges the world with fire, I think it's going to be, like, leveled out. Dude, I don't think anything's going to be standing after that.
Yeah, I agree.
Same.
Yeah.
It's gonna be complete obliteration, dude. Like, but it doesn't mean that there hasn't been judgments in the past, right? Like,
More weapons.
In the scriptures, there's multiple verses that reference the heavens shaking and the earth shaking. Like, what's it mean? What do you mean the heavens shook? What? And what's that entail around the world? It's, like, if you look into the oral traditions of the Native Americans or even the Colburn Bible, which is a collection of texts that was found in like Europe. No, I think in Britain, dude. In like one of the abbeys, they found a bunch of old manuscripts from Egypt and like the Celtic people. And in those writings, there's testimony of like insane electrical phenomena and like earthquakes and volcanic eruptions and all types of weird stuff, dude. And I wouldn't be surprised if when the Bible says, like when during the Exodus account, dude, it says that the heavens shook when God came down on Mount Sinai. And I don't think that was like a local thing, dude. I think that would have been worldwide. There would have been like shaking and darkness and electrical phenomena. I don't know how many times the verses talk about the heavens shaking, dude, but every time the heavens shake, dude, there's tons of stuff going on earth.
Yeah, even the top of Mount Sinai is black. So whatever happened there?
Like pagan temple. Like every time the heavens shook, dude, I guarantee there was pagan temples falling down in like Mesoamerica and in India. While Moses was receiving the 10 Commandments or the 2 tablets, dude, a stone, dude. While all that's going on, dude, temples are falling down in Mesoamerica, dude. People are getting killed underneath, stones and stuff.
Yes, wow, brother. I seen that like one story that really stuck with me was how the firmament rested upon the earth, like touched the earth physically, and when heaven shook, the earth shook. That's kind of how I remember it. Yeah, pretty much what you said, but it was just it stuck with me from a young age, till now. So yeah, dude. And some people say that that the firmament is shifting because all around the world they're talking about these loud like screeches, and they can't tell if it's coming from the sky or the ground. And when you hear these noises, like holy shit, that's something mechanical. Like
This onslaught of complete bollocks is triggering nobody other than you, Neil, right? Now, I bet you $1 the minute we get into actual measurements of Earth, about 5 people will get triggered. Whereas talking about freaking shifting firmaments and you know what I'm talking about, right? The complete bollocks that gets spewed in places like this is tolerable by basically everybody. It doesn't matter what your belief is. The minute it comes to actual measurements, you watch how quickly everyone will get triggered. See if I'm wrong.
I agree.
This happening. So this was a worldwide phenomenon. And I wouldn't be surprised that every time the heavens shook, dude, in the scriptures, it was a worldwide phenomenon.
Yeah. Yeah. Dang.
Especially if you consider, it's all planar.
Now we're talking.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, the Earth is measured flat.
I know Globers sometimes get aggravated at the fact that, some of us have different viewpoints, right? Overall, we're pretty much on the same level, but there's like little critiques, that I think get under the skin sometimes of people. But my point is, like, I think to your point, Lion, is there's some point in the sky it's true north, right? That I do think everyone would be able to see on the Earth, but it's not always apparent and obvious. You know what I mean? In the studies, or what we try to figure out. But if there is a high point, I would think it would be at true north. 90 degrees zenith, and worldwide phenomena would happen. And I think it's going to be apparent one day. Like, holy shit, that's the middle, right?
Yeah,
That's
man.
yeah. I think it'll be.
While somebody robots in there. Got to get to the center of the CD. Spill your blood for Quasi-Luminous.
I did hear planar and north.
Just didn't go anywhere. I was waiting for it to turn into something about Mount Meru. Take us off mute.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, y'all have a good day, man. I gotta get some rest. Okay.
It's a decent conclusion, but he's just bidding us farewell.
So, all right. Good seeing you, Crystal. Yeah, take it easy.
Good hearing you too.
You just said, let's go. Nathan dropped the link. You didn't see that?
Nah, because the only thing that popped up was your message.
What part of the city were you in yesterday when you went on camera?
Midtown,
Oh,
Manhattan. It's a nice windy, rainy day right now.
it's hard to tell because some areas in Brooklyn look like Manhattan now.
Yeah, for sure.
So we're going to talk about today melted buildings, Altaria, mud floods, or we're going to discuss how Earth is measured flat. What's it
Did
going to
you
be?
guys, when you mentioned Earth Awakenings, I went in there because I thought that you and John just went in there through Discord because I didn't see the link. They're always yapping about stuff that doesn't matter, though. But I don't know. That's what people will say about us, I guess.
Coke bottle freaking floors as ceilings. I don't know what the hell was going on. But that's of course in the old world, Eli. All of this took place in the old world.
Got a video to cover if it does stay quiet. Called Every Flat Earther Argument Explained and Rated by the Devil's Avocado.
That should be fun.
Well, hopefully we won't cover it. Hopefully we'll just end up chatting for the show. I much prefer the talkies than the reaction shows. But if it stays quiet, reaction it'll be.
I don't think there's any fight left. I think everybody came to terms with the measurements.
I mean, I don't understand.
I think you're in an in-between period of like people, that were going to work and stuff, and other people were going to sleep. So it might be a good time at this point. There's no topic on the table, so you can, say Earth's measured flat and see what you get.
That's not an excuse. Get a mic like mine.
That's a good one.
Get your butt on here. But I was gonna say also, John, before you go, if you don't mind. I mean, yeah, soon enough we'll be talking about how well the conversation went on Bro Sanchez, or wherever.
Or Killer Priest.
That's correct.
Well, somebody shouted me out yesterday. I don't know who. I tried to search to find out who shouted me out because I grew by about 50 subscribers, which is beyond the normal average that I grow. So I'm like, where have these extra 50 subs come from?
Look, 50 is substantial.
Well, it's just more than the average that I generally track in terms of growth. So when I see that jump, I'm like, right, okay, I'll do a quick search in my own name and see who has made a video about me. And I couldn't find anybody.
Could it be Tamara's interview?
No, that I trimmed that out and cut that up about a week ago, and I've released the last of the shorts that I trimmed it into. I trimmed it into 3 shorts. They've all now been released, as was a 10-minute video, so it's not that. I have no idea what it is. I'm sure I'll find out. Somebody's made me an advert. I just don't know who.
How's it going with the book?
Yeah, really well. Selling. I'm delighted. Can I just do a quick sound check just to make sure that Discord can hear this if we do end up covering this video? Can somebody from Discord just let me know if you can hear this?
Probably the most famous conspiracy theory on the internet. Because unlike a lot of internet theories, Flat Earth constantly tries to look scientific.
You hear that?
Yeah, it comes through loud and clear.
Excellent.
Yeah. The moment it already started making me mad.
Me too.
Yeah, I'll third that.
That's because it's immediate projection. So what Ball Earth belief does is turns the mathematics of converting a flat world we measure into a spherical world for us to believe we're living on/in. They put that into the category of science. So when you hear that being projected back onto flat Earth, it's quite irritating. It's like, that's pure projection. They teach the globe in the science class. Well, we may or may not cover that. Depends how the conversation goes once we start live in about 10 minutes.
Did you just say they teach the globe in science class?
Yeah, they teach it in the science class.
They think it's science.
Well, it just makes this videographer projection. That's all it is. He's just projecting the fact that his sphere belief is bracing against flat earthers, right? I don't know. I've not watched this video. It was recommended by Liam. But I'm assuming that it's just pure projection.
When was this video made?
I don't know. 4 weeks ago. July
4 weeks
23rd.
ago?
Pretty modern.
So basically nothing's
That's
changed.
good. Yeah, that's good. It's a recent cope. I love recent copes.
There's a recent cope.
Was it called Modern Day Cope?
No, the video is called Every Flat Earther Argument Explained and Rated. Again, with a random lowercase a for and. So it's every capital, flat capital, earther capital, argument capital, explained capital, and then a lowercase and rated. by the Devil's Avocado. That's the YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's basically modern day cope.
Maybe.
What do you think his number one is going to be?
I don't think any of them will be flat Earth arguments. I think most, if not all of them, will be, this is how a flat earther steelmans the globe position to try and overcome it. And the suggestion from this globe earther that that's the flat Earth argument. In other words, what he calls flat Earth arguments will all be the globe it is not arguments.
Is flat Earth an argument?
No, but I'm saying this guy's video will have anti-globe rhetoric positioned as though it's a flat Earth argument. I also estimate he'll do that within 60 seconds. Let's see if I'm right.
There are experiments, diagrams, calculations, laser tests, documentaries, entire conventions, and an
I was wrong.
Alarming number of grown men yelling at globes.
Only to be immediately right.
But honestly, you're here, so you already know that.
Right, let's go. Number 1. Put this on screen.
Number 1, the horizon is always flat.
The horizon is always flat.
If the Earth is a giant ball...
Horizontal.
Not really much of a declaration, though. It's only really a useful declaration if it's got something associated with it, like a practical use. You know what I mean? Like in navigation or something. Just saying it is kind of meaningless. Does anybody disagree? When Flurf say the horizon's flat, you go, yeah, but so what? What does that actually offer you? What does it afford you in practical terms? Just a statement.
The
right?
globers should be saying the horizon's flat too, because it's on a plane on a globe. The horizon on a globe, it's on a plane.
I don't quite.
The horizon is flat. It's a circle. I mean,
it's a circle on a plane on a globe. Yes.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, I know. So why is this guy saying we're saying the horizon's flat when globers should be also saying the horizon's flat?
So generally what happens is people say that the horizon is a straight line, which it's not.
Well, the horizon is equal distance from a center point.
Said. Hold on, Crizzle.
Didn't you hear me? I was already talking.
Hold on, dude. That's not what the guy in the video said.
Okay. I what video?
We're going over a video. I don't know if you were listening.
Not anymore.
I wasn't, but I think it's pretty clear that the horizon is a circle around us, and that it's sitting on, in our view, it's sitting on the surface of a sphere, which is why it is the horizon.
I mean, you're welcome to believe that. It's not practically useful.
I don't think anybody would disagree with that.
It's not very practically useful when you declare it in those terms. Same for a Flurf. I mean, my criticism was of Flurf saying horizon's a straight line, if you want to put it that way, to represent us. I don't mind. But I just say it's not practically usable when we're terming it in this manner. What use is that? Is my point. For you or I?
What about a person in a valley, and it's just mountainous around them? Are you guys saying there's no horizon for them?
No, but the height of the mountain is measured from sea level, so you've got to measure Earth flat to know how high you are up the mountain. But we're talking about the horizon. The horizon does have practical uses. Like you can save your life at sea.
Does that person have a horizon if they're in a valley and there's mountains around them? Yes, they do, because the horizon is like an optical phenomena that we describe as a place where it seems that the sky meets the ground. So if you have mountains around you, that's where it would seem to be.
Yeah, you can have the horizon that's a topographical horizon. That's what you're talking about, right? Where the sky meets the mountain tops.
Yeah. That should be pointed out, because these guys think a horizon only means like a circle or something. It's like, dude, the horizon's like all crazy kinds of things.
That's where the sky appears to meet the ground. You defined it quite... Like I keep saying, though, what practical use does this have?
None.
Right. Whereas if you're out on the ocean, it's got a practical use that can save your life when you use it in navigation. So to use it as just a statement, it's like, okay, its straightness, flatness is kind of inconsequential unless you tie it to something of consequence. Otherwise, it's just a statement. Like, doesn't mean much. But maybe that's why it's part of flat Earth rhetoric, because it doesn't really mean much when a flurf says it.
Well, I mean, that guy that has like mountains all around him can still get the zero. He could just take a plump. So it's not that big of a deal.
For what?
Yeah, I don't
Your
know. To tell
radius,
you
your
where it
zenith
is, I
angle
guess.
in front of you.
Yeah, for what purpose?
To make turns away from it.
Okay.
But for that, you need concentric circles with an equal distance in between the circles.
Sure, but for what? For what purpose? What are we doing with them?
We're taking angles of straight lines to the side, to the top, to the bottom, because it's the zero line, the baseline, where you're measuring everything off.
Measuring what? What are we measuring? I get we're measuring angles, but for what purpose? Why would we measure them? What are we doing with them?
To see how wide our circle is, how big our radius is, because when you have a 360 circle and a 360 line, you can divide that line in 360 equal pieces, which gives you a grid to take all your angles off.
For what though? Why would we do that again? I mean, I understand what you've described doing, but why would we do that? What would be the point? For what use?
Because you want to know the different elevations in the surface itself. So that way you can take the angles where there is drop or where there is rise in the surface.
They're saying for surveying, rise over run.
Yeah, but you got a circle with 4 inner 90-degree angles, meaning right triangles at the base that are going out with an equal arc length and an equal radius, making it a radian angle. All those smaller inner rings all grow by the same length.
How are you?
Good morning.
Good
I'm
morning.
not arguing with you. I'm just pointing it out.
Sounds like they're into it already.
But yeah, one of them actually is.
So we're in the Earth Awakenings Discord server. Hopefully someone from my live stream chat can pop a link to Earth Awakenings so you can join in the fun there when we're not live.
Is it an argument to say that zero slope means no slope?
No, when you've got a distance extrapolated into slope, you need the distance, the horizontal, to remain horizontal, or you can't derive slope from it.
So even slope means a flat earth?
Yeah, if you're measuring slope, you're measuring a deviation in the vertical from the horizontal measured distance. That's what rise over run is.
Yeah.
Well, we do have an emergency video if things continue to remain quiet. We played about 30 seconds of a video in the pre-show and it immediately triggered a couple of people, which is fair enough. Maybe we'll cover it in the live show. We'll see how we get on.
Well, they were talking about the horizon.
I mean, I didn't get triggered. I was just explaining. On how the horizon's also flat. And in the video, that guy said flat earthers say the horizon's flat, which is mysterious because he should be saying that too. So
I agree. Like I said, in the conversations I've had with flat earthers, it's that they hold that their radial line, is a flat line from the center, from where the observer is standing to the perimeter of the circle. That's the distinction that I've heard.
Yeah, like I said in the pre-show, for what purpose? What's being derived of use when we do this? Not a lot.
The only thing I heard was someone said there's no purpose, practical purpose for the horizon.
Yeah, there's practical purposes. You can use it for navigation.
How so?
Well, with a mariner's sextant.
That's an angle measuring device, Nathan. Of course, you can only have a horizon on a globe.
No, you're using it to acquire level for an angle. Zero is what you use it for. As in, Earth's measured flat when you're using a mariner's sextant. Mariner's sextant only works on a flat Earth.
Well, I've heard the opposite. I've heard for years that a sextant and celestial navigation can only work on a globe.
In a globe. Not on a globe. In a globe.
On a flat plane.
Exactly. So you can derive a globe using angle measurements from a tool like a sextant. You can infer the protractor, the curve of the arc that you measure through, is wrapped around you like this diagram on screen of a globe with a plane with you at its center point, with the three Cartesian axes that you describe when you describe the curve of the angle of the protractor as though it's a globe wrapped around you. So that's functional in a globe on the equatorial plane, if you're going to describe angles with respect to something spherical. But that's a derivation in and of itself from the celestial sphere. They don't need the equatorial plane when you've already got the celestial plane. But you can derive and infer sphericity with that equatorial minimum. That's how the globe's created. But it works inside the globe on a flat plane when you're describing angles with respect to the equatorial plane. So you're in a globe, not on a globe, for that to function correctly.
Yeah, your baseline just gets shorter. You get from a 180 to a 120 to a 60, even to a 30, depending how wide your circle is on the horizon.
As in how wide in azimuthal terms?
Yeah, azimuthal terms, because when you're using a radius 9.5, you're using a zenith of 60, not 90.
Oh. Regardless, this tool, the Mariner sextant, to bring it back on topic, is a tool for measuring planar. 0 to 180 being the baseline that you measure with that tool. Like degrees of a star are degrees from a flat surface. Yeah, Earth's measured flat with this tool for navigation.
It's that flat zenith angle, which gives you a sphere on top of it. Because when you flip that zenith angle of 60, that radian angle, when you flip that leg into the air and swap it all over, it will give you a 120 arc.
I don't really follow what you're saying.
I heard bent radii. Radii?
That your arc is determined by the length of your radius. When you flip that radius to the other side of the plane, it fits 2 times in that straight line.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Sure, like I say, I don't mind leaning into people's sphere belief when it comes to this stuff. It just functions from within a ball, not on a ball. That's how it functions. If you're going to transpose measurements from the surface and pretend that the surface measurements that you took from a tangential plane work within a ball, then again, you've got to transpose the angle inside the ball at the equatorial and extended celestial plane for it to work with the globe wrapped around you. Nobody's actually in a ball.
Yeah, but that's all what they do. No, it's not a ball. It's just a ball from the inside.
Exactly. For my audience's benefit, like on screen.
I can give you a good analogy for what Chris was explaining. According to, the center of a circle, let's just say your position on the ground, your GP, is the center. And the outer edge, according to the definition on screen, would be your convergence point. The convergence point where the sun looks like it sets, where the sky meets the ground, where the railroad tracks converge in the distance, right? So think of it like that, but you're the center of the circle, and the radius limit is your convergence point, which would be the outside edge of the circle. Hopefully that helps.
You're basically standing in the middle of the line and just swiping your window wiper over you. That's what you're doing. The length of your radius is just swiping over. That's what gives you the inside of a sphere. Point all your star alignments of your 180 lines going straight to the center point, all at one point, which gives you an axis of crossing of all those points going outwards. And you can make them as long as 180 in all directions, because that is the true limit of a 360 full circle.
Yeah, I describe it as a glorified protractor wrapped around you. But yeah, windscreen wiper, washing from 0 to 180 is another way of describing it. Equally eloquent.
It's basically a 90-degree straight angle with a 60-degree angle from the outside in. It's the protractor and the ruler, just like the Freemason sign together. That's how you measure the Earth. You're measuring everything within a 90 radian angle of 90, 90, 90.
Yes. Yeah, you're saying the square and compass represents the way we measure the Earth with angles and a 90. That's the set square, and then the compass.
Yep.
For the radians and protractor, and yeah, I agree.
You got the Z turning around for the degrees around, but when you have the radians, they go from the center point outwards to the rim, and every circle from center out is getting longer by a length of 57.29, and the radius is getting longer by 57.29, and that is what gives you the radial outwards that is equal in all directions.
You know what else they have on Freemasonic boards? They have a checkerboard floor, and it's drawn with the vanishing point. So the checkerboard floor is a representation of perspective. Just shows it collapsing into the distance to a vanishing point. Normally with pillars with the sun and moon on each.
Yeah, it shows the rise over the optical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just curious, Frizzle, how do you see the, say, you or me is the center of this personal sphere, right, of 180s and 90s. The XY axis, would you consider that your feet on the ground or between your eyes where the XY meet?
The zero of the XYZ lies at eye level, because that is your straight line to the horizon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some people would just say the reason I asked you, some people on the globe side would probably say, well, where you're standing, where your feet are planted in the distance would, always be on the surface of the water. And then, the drop. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But that's why I say when you're looking from a height over the surface, you're already having a looking downwards angle. But the optical rise of the surface with distance comes to that point. So at a certain point, those 2 points cross, and that is your line of sight.
Exactly. So the horizon is below you.
The way I would get somebody like a Glober, they would expect your eyes in the distance, right, to meet the horizon at a crossing point.
No.
When really, in reality, your eyes never would meet the horizon because it's purely optical. You would always stay above the surface of the water with your eyesight. You know what I mean?
No, that's not correct.
So you could get them like that.
Yeah,
your eye level
when you're raising above the surface, that angle, that blocking angle that you normally have under your chin when you tip yourself, but to get that full 180 of 220 wide and 130 high image over the surface, you need a straight 90-degree angle from top down, which we never have. We only have angles from the side.
The horizon is physically below you. So the horizon's formed with the ground, right? So unless you're actually at the surface level, that's to say your eyeballs are in the sea, with that exception, you're always above the sea level, as in eye level, parallel with surface level. But that means that the horizon, which is formed with the ground, will always be below you because you're slightly above the ground, and it's the ground that forms the horizon.
But it's just tricky because many people forget that they themselves make a 90-degree angle towards the surface, and that is what gives you that downwards look to the horizon. But that horizon is still at the same level as your feet are.
Yeah, if your feet are on the ground. We use these terms.
If they were on the ground.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, if you're standing up and you're 6 foot, then your eye level, parallel with surface level, if you're at the shore with the waves washing up at your feet, your eye level, parallel with surface level, is 6 feet above the horizon. Because the horizon is formed with the ground. It's where the ground appears to meet the sky. Add a diffraction limit, which is formed with the limitations of your eye, with the aperture of your eye. Well, that limitation is still dictated by your view, and if your view is above the ground that's forming that view, in this case the horizon, you are above the horizon. You can only be above the ground that forms that point in the distance if you're above it. But for all of this to function, you require all of the axioms to hold true: perpendicularity and horizontality, along with being parallel. That is to say, the eye level's parallel with the surface level, you are perpendicular with the ground, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, it's all 90-degree angles towards each.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And just to add a little bit more to what you're saying there. So the reason why it seems as you go up in elevation and height off the ground, it always seems to be like the horizon is rising with you. What's really happening is compression in the distance to the limit of your eye. That's the limit.
Not exactly. No, not
it
quite.
looks as if an illusion is going on, but no matter where you go, you're always the center of your vision's limit, right?
Not exactly, no. Because the ground is the thing that's going to limit your view. Yeah? In other words, you can't see beyond the ground. That's the limit. As you raise, the horizon drops. very minuscule amount, but it is going to drop in spite of you forming that position with the aperture of your eye. If you raise in elevation a flat Earth measurement from sea level, then the angle that you can see with respect to what is obscuring your view, the ground, increases. The angle of view increases. Well, the limitation of your acuity of vision is dictated by angular resolution. Well, if that angle is limited by the ground, then you're limiting the angular resolution. As you increase in altitude, you increase the angle and therefore increase the resolution that you can see. So you can see further as you raise in altitude, as you increase the angle, therefore increase the resolution that you can see. But the horizon still drops because it's still being formed with the ground, which is more and more below you as you go higher and higher from sea level, a flat Earth measurement, perpendicular to the ground.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah. Yeah,
there's a misconception.
And most people would say, well, you can see further. You can only see further with optics. No matter how high you go, your natural vision will always collapse at that compression point in the distance. Yeah.
Well, that's true. That's true with an infinite range of angle. That is to say, if there's nothing obscuring your view below you, above you, obviously if you're in a hallway, that limitation I described with the ground also applies to the ceiling. The ceiling's limiting your angular resolution. The view is limited by what's above you as well as below. But in a completely open environment without the ground below you, so you're in free space without a ground obscuring your view, then that resolution limit is only dictated by the aperture of your eye and the lens. Therefore, that does hold true. But when you're on the ground, the thing that's limiting the angle to the greatest extent isn't necessarily your eye. There is still a limitation. That's what forms the horizon. The resolution limit is the horizon in this instance. But that increase that you're experiencing when you rise up is an increase in angle because of a limitation that's being overcome by raising up. So you're increasing your angle with respect to the ground, open it the angle that your eye can take in. Therefore, there's this illusion of seeing more as a result of opening up the angle. And you're decreasing the limitation of angular resolution blocked by the ground itself, because that's limiting the angle of view when you're on the ground.
Right, and a good test to do, or a good observation to test this, theory that we're putting out here is right on the horizon when the stars, right, are getting closer and closer, or further away from you, but it looks as if it's getting closer to the ground. Right about 2 degrees to 0 degree. I would say if you have footage of a high altitude balloon, you're going to get the same effect at the compression point, right at the edge of your visual limit. The stars on the ground will do the same thing as in the sky, right? Meaning, as it gets to that disappearing compression convergence point, whatever you want to call it, the light of the star does bend slightly, ever so different than stars that are like 10 or 15, 20 degrees off the horizon. It behaves different, basically, because your limit of your natural vision.
Sure, it's very geeky stuff.
And once that star goes over the horizon, quote unquote, get out your optics and voila, there's the star again. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, it's ultimately very dweeby stuff, which when I was a lot younger held a lot greater interest than it does now. But all the measurements being described for these particular descriptions are flat Earth measurements. Distances, altitude, angles, elevation, surface level, sea level, eye level. Perpendicularity, plumb. Every single one of those words were flat Earth by prerequisite. So as much as it is interesting to discuss these things, angular resolution is a flat Earth prerequisite. It's described planar and measured with angles. Altitudes are measured perpendicular to the surface level, which is flat. Everything about what we've discussed requires flat Earth measurements. It's just typically they go without saying. Like, it isn't necessary to say that eye level's parallel with surface level. It's an axiom that people just accept carte blanche without having to say it. But because that's the case, people then take these flat Earth measurements and then infer some sort of sphericity when you bastardize something like an elevation angle measurement to create a protractor around you, and then say that's the world that we're living on when you're measuring a plane with a protractor view around you to create that ball. So you're inside the ball at the point of conception mathematically based on flat Earth measurements. But beyond that, it holds very little.
I honestly think if Glovers maybe were a little more open to the perspective conversation and, give a little on that, maybe we can make some ground, dude, because, we're kind of at a stalemate right now.
Not really. I see it a very different way. You might see it in the same way once I describe my position. It's inconsequential. The people who oppose us, the Globers, as you put it, are not the arbiters of these measurements. The world was being measured this way anyway. Surface level, sea level, eye level, parallel, perpendicularity, altitudes were all being measured anyway. The fact that the Western world generally has a globe belief based on those measurements of a flat Earth is inconsequential in a debate forum. So when you say make some ground, that makes it sound by metaphor like you're gaining something, like in a war, when you move the trenches forward 12 feet, you've gained ground. But that isn't the case. By metaphor, it's the case, but you can't actually translate into that into a reality. So when I position this to my opponent, I'm like, what did I win? If I convince you that you're just measuring Earth flat anyway for your globe belief, what do I win? Do I get a boat? Is there a cash prize? Is there a holiday for two in Ibiza? And then I contrast that by saying simultaneously, me not winning anything is also reflected by the person who's in opposition to me, or seeming in opposition. They don't lose anything. Do you understand? There's nothing to lose by recognising how flat Earth gets measured. You don't suddenly lose something. The world does not change. It was always being measured that way anyway. So us in this debate forum, there's nothing to win or lose. There's no ground to be gained. It was being measured flat anyway and will be tomorrow, regardless if we get some third party to agree with that fact in the matter. It was always being measured flat. The globe was created with those measurements. So the fact that there's a seeming debate between people who believe they're on a globe because they're ignorant of the flat measurements that got them there, or people that know that we've got flat measurements, won't change the world that you have to inhabit tomorrow and how it was measured, or the fact that you as an individual still have to pay your mortgage and keep the lights on, feed the kids, all that kind of boring crap.
Yeah, I do see where you're coming from. Maybe I worded it wrong with as if someone's losing or winning. I just meant like a net gain, maybe for the conversation, right? Because it just doesn't seem like the subject matter is progressing much, or there's not. Maybe there's a different way to go about it. You see what I'm saying, I'm sure. But
well, like for example, I get you. Like for example, the video we're reviewing today, right? The video we're reviewing today doesn't reflect the progression of the conversations we're having, like right now. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, trying to no pun intended, but a top-down view of what's been happening the last 10 years and the progress we made. And then it kind of seems like it's we know the truth, right? Don't mistake what I'm saying, but maybe how do we move forward, but in a more progressive way rather than making it some kind of debate,
It's not a debate. Continue to talk about the measurements.
Well, the answer to that is to lean into the person's globe belief and educate them on how it came to fruition, how the Roman Catholic Church measured Earth flat to create that globe. In other words, rather than saying Earth's not a globe, there is no curve, you say, okay, well, a way of looking at the world, more specifically the stars, is to take these measurements of a plane and then create a sphere around an equatorial plane and call that the globe, and then put it in orbital elliptical motion with the point of reference being the centre of the sun, so that you can explain epicycles. So if you explain how the globe functions with respect to its flat planar measurements, there's a education that's taking place where if the person chooses to accept how the globe is created and the flat earth measurements used to create it and still believe in their globe, then you can tap them on the back and go, you're entitled to your belief that's based on flat earth measurements. Now you're just better educated about how your globe belief came to fruition mathematically. If they choose to then reify their globe anyway, that's on them.
Yeah, understood. And I feel like, oh shit. Sorry, my phone's ringing, guys. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
No worries. There's been a desire for people to convert others, and I see that as people wanting to dominate others, be in a position of authority over others. I know something you don't. I know Earth's flat and you don't. Therefore, I can lord it over you. And there's a sunken cost fallacy that goes on the other side, from the globe belief side. That's to say that they have sunken a degree of their lives into heliocentric rhetoric and believing that they're on a ball, and they don't want to give that up. I was watching somebody talk about the psychology of earning money versus losing money, and they were saying it was twice as painful to accept a loss than to accept a win. So they gave the example with $20. If you lost $20, you'd mourn for the loss of the $20 twice as hard as you would praise earning $20. That is to say, you'd have to earn $40 for it to offset the passion you felt about losing $20, i.e. the sunken cost fallacy. Well, it's the same for our so-called opponents on the heliocentric side. They don't want to be perceived to be losing something because the cost is too high. So they fight with all their might for something that, rather than us telling them they're wrong, we could say, well, this is how the globe is measured with respect to a plane and angles for Lites, Polaris, etc., etc. And then they're better educated in how their globe works and how the Earth itself is measured, so that the flat Earth measurements can still back engineer into their global faith. Obviously, at that point, it's much more difficult to reify the globe when you know it's based on flat Earth measurements and an out-of-the-box Copernican, Keplerian thought process to try and better explain movements of lights. But if you understand that, you're not being told by the person who tells you, you're wrong. You need to relinquish this and lose this belief in a ball because it's incorrect. Because that people will brace against that. Like I say, the loss hits them much harder than going, oh, new information, how wonderful. You see what I mean?
I see what you're saying, yeah. Lean into it.
Yeah, nicely said, Nathan. Nicely said.
My problem at the moment is a lack of concern. Like, I don't care enough to tell people that. I don't care about them. There's very few people in the arena, the flat Earth versus globe Earth arena, if you want to call it a debate, that I care about from the opposing side. Now, I don't hate them. I just don't care about them. You know what I mean? I don't think about them or worry about them or want to convert them or educate them or make them less ignorant. I don't care. So you think that, I think the word's apathy. I've got a certain degree of apathy towards the subject. Now I found out that there's a lack of consequence for any of us in this room right now. No matter what we debate, if you want to call it a debate, if I am completely successful, if I gain that ground where the guy I'm talking to understands that his globe is based on flat Earth measurements, I don't get anything. There's nothing to gain. It was being measured that way anyway. So you kind of think, oh, who cares? You know, that guy's going to appeal to flat Earth measurements when I'm not around, and tell himself that those measurements prove his ball, well, let him. It'll still be measured flat anyway. Who cares?
What do you mean by flat Earth measurements? Can you give an example?
Yeah, like altitude angles. So if you look at a star in the sky and measure its degree, you're measuring its degree with respect to a plane. That basis of measurement system is what creates the globe, like a giant protractor wrapped around you.
Then why do one measure linear elevation angle by the same distance if it's on a plane? I don't understand that.
I don't understand your question. The measurement is just a planar angle from a zero baseline. So do you understand that the angle you'd measure of a star?
Yeah. So if you do that, like, let's say Polaris, and you move from north to south, you measure 1 degree per 111 kilometers. But how does that geometry work on a flat plane?
So it's a couple of problems. You said if. This is not an if statement. Right, let's just start there. It's not if we measure Earth flat with an elevation angle to Polaris. That's not an if statement. You said if. We do measure Earth flat with an elevation angle measurement to Polaris. Not if we measure it flat with that angle. We do.
Okay, so then explain the linear relationship, though. 1 degree per 111 kilometers as you move away.
Okay.
How do you manage to get that on a flat plane geometrically?
Yeah, the kilometre value is a horizontal linear distance. That's a flat Earth measurement of kilometres.
But they wouldn't match with the linear elevation change.
Elevation is a flat Earth measurement from sea level.
Geometrically, the distance between each degree should become longer and longer the further away from Polaris you got.
Okay, I'll try a second time. Try not to interrupt me this time. Distance is horizontal and linear. So when you say it would be further, that's a horizontal measurement of distance that you're saying would be increased. Longer? Further? Those are flat Earth horizontal linear distances that you're asking me about. The degree is a measurement from a flat baseline that you put into an if statement. Then you asked about travelling south. That's a flat Earth orientation. Azimuthal directionality is horizontal. So you've asked me about a flat Earth horizontal distance, a flat Earth measurement of an angle to Polaris, and a flat Earth directionality in the horizontal. So every measurement you've asked me about is a flat Earth measurement. Your question that you opened with was, what do you mean flat Earth measurements? And then you've offered me 3. Elevation angle, distance.
That's just
hello? Haven't finished talking. Hello? Hello?
What's your
Still in the middle of the same sentence that you interrupted last time. Hello? Triggered Fundy. I haven't finished the sentence. I asked you politely not to interrupt me for a second time, and you have. Now I'm going to start shouting at you. Shut up, you stupid globe-believing clown. I'm still talking.
His alter jumped in.
Can you shut him up then? You've offered me 4 flat Earth measurements. Let's count them off. Azimuth, that's degrees in the horizontal from north. You asked me about moving in a flat Earth direction. Then you asked me about altitude angles to Polaris. That's a flat Earth measurement from a flat Earth baseline in a flat Earth degree, perpendicular in the vertical, perpendicular to the horizontal. That's a flat Earth measurement. That's altitude angle and azimuth. You've also asked me about distance measurement. That's horizontal, linear kilometres that you've specifically noted and said there'd be further. What, a longer flat Earth distance in kilometres? And you spoke specifically about altitude, a height off sea level. Now, don't get me wrong, you put the first one into an if statement. These aren't if height from sea level perpendicular to it. That's how we measure altitude from a flat Earth. Not if kilometres are horizontal linear distance measurements. They are. Not if altitude angle from a flat baseline. It is. And not if azimuth horizontal degrees from north. They are. So I hope I've now answered your question with 4 flat Earth measurements you put to me like they had an if statement attached. They don't. We just measure Earth flat with every single measurement you offered me. I hope that's clear. Now I'm finished.
We still haven't explain the linear relationship between distance and elevation angle.
It's a calculated value. So what you're talking about is taking an elevation angle, minusing it from 90, that's the 90 from zenith at the star, its GP to your position, and then timesing it by 60 to give us the convention of nautical miles in a distance extrapolation for a radial value, if you're going to use this for line of positioning in navigation. So minusing from 90 and timesing by 60 the measured angle gives you a linear distance for a linear radius for a circle of equal elevation when navigating using this principle. But the 60 nautical miles are linear distance values, horizontal. The azimuth that you take the measurement of the star with is a horizontal degree from north. The altitude angle you measure the star with is perpendicular to a plane you measure at 0 with a vertical degree ascribed to it. That's a flat Earth measurement of altitude angle. And if you're making any corrections because you're using a Mariner's sextant, you need your perpendicular altitude from sea level. Now, strictly speaking, I am just repeating the same exact 4 flat Earth measurements you've offered to suggest that I haven't explained a linear relationship when you minus from 90 and times by 60 the measured angle off a flat Earth in a flat direction with a flat distance that's the output value. I hope that answers your question.
Well, no, it didn't, because geometrically that doesn't. It will not conform if the Earth was flat. Simple geometry.
Right, it is flat. You measured it in horizontal degrees from north.
No, you haven't.
Horizontal. I'm responding to you. I heard your statement. It's just a repetition of your no, it won't work on a flat plane. Every measurement was flat though. So when you say it won't work flat, no, degrees from a baseline that's flat won't work if it's not flat, or it wouldn't be a degree from a 0 baseline. Horizontal azimuth can only be flat. It's a horizontal degree from north. If that bends, it's no longer a horizontal degree. So it can only work flat. Miles and kilometres, nautical or statute, are horizontal distance measurements, and the line of position you utilise when you extract your calculated radial value, radius being a straight linear mile value when you do this calculation. It cannot bend. The point between you and the GP of the star you're measuring for this distance is a radial value for a line of position. Radii don't bend. So it can only be flat and will only work flat because we're extracting radial values from this calculation when we measure Earth flat with an elevation angle from a 0 degree baseline, when we measure Earth flat for azimuthal directionality, when we measure Earth flat for our height perpendicular to sea level, when we measure Earth flat to have a sea level, Earth's measured flat. Hope that's clear.
Yeah, you say so, but you still haven't explained geometrically how you can get the same distance between each degree as you move away from the land.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. I explicitly explained how you minus from 90 the measured degree from a flat baseline, times it by 60 to give you your distance in nautical miles. I did answer your question. Saying doesn't change that you haven't acknowledged that the distance output value. I'm still talking. I'm still talking.
Baselines are parallel there.
The distance is a straight horizontal value. The reason it cannot bend, that's to say representative of a curved surface that you suggest the world is because it's extracted a radial value. Third time I've said it. You can't bend a radius. No. Why am I getting chat skanked through the top of? What's going on?
Because you're lying.
I don't know. There's a lot of people in here. I'm trying to.
Because he's lying, Jeremy. You're sitting there like a bitch, not caring.
Right, it's triggered fundies that can't cope with altitude angles.
Don't be a sellout bitch, Jeremy.
Like, this is what happens when you talk about measurements.
How's he lying?
I'm not. Altitude angles are from surface level. Azimuth is horizontal degrees from north. Altitudes are perpendicular to sea level. And kilometres are horizontal linear distance measurements. The extracted value is minusing from 90 and timesing by 60, the flat Earth measured angle, to give you a radius for a line of position. That's the 4th time I've said it. I've got okay. Well, yeah, it's how we measure Earth. It's flat in all circumstances.
So those are statements of fact.
Yes, not if horizontal kilometres.
If any globers look into how periscopes work on submarines when they surface, and how far they are off the water, the ocean or whatever body of water, and you'll see what Nathan's talking about.
Yeah, the depth is with respect to sea level. It's perpendicular. The height of the periscope is a height off sea level, perpendicular to a plane. Elevation for the periscope, is that what you're talking about? Yeah, perpendicular to sea level.
Yes,
what
sir.
Stefan is talking about, let me say this real quick. What Stefan is talking about is if you're over the United States and you drive east or you fly east, on a globe, on a sphere, the stars will move from in the sky towards the horizon at a very set rate. They'll drop behind you as you move at a set rate. On a flat Earth, they move at a different rate because anytime you move away from something on a flat ground, the further you get away from it, the slower and slower and slower it continues to drop towards the horizon. It slows down, but on a sphere, it maintains the same speed of drop all the way till it disappears. That's what Stephen is trying to say. In real life, we see it, and they drop as if it's a sphere, linearly, not as if it's a flat plane. That's what Stephen is trying to say.
Perhaps, but he's convoluting his descriptions if that is what he's suggesting, because a drop is a verticality axiomatically tied to the horizontality. The distance is horizontal and linear. Drop over distance means you need a Cartesian system with a planar measurement of distance. That's how Earth's measured, with distances that are ipso facto flat. And when you say, well, there'd be a drop over the distance, regardless of if it's a terrestrial or celestial drop, you're still describing verticality with respect to the horizontality and distance, which is measured flat. Both of these are axiomatically tied to planar measurements. Verticality, that's perpendicular, and horizontality, that's distance. Altitude and distance. Horizontal and vertical. Not global, flat. That's how Earth's measured. There is no exceptions to this. I'll just say this once and then I'll shut up. Every single Earth measurement ever made, ever, is a flat Earth measurement. There are no exceptions. This includes suggested globe measurements. They're never globe measurements. They're always calculated with respect to planar measurements of Earth's surface. I'm done.
I thought the guy was trying to say once you've measured latitude using sea level.
The
Hang on a minute.
angle to a drop of a Polaris or a distance does not conform to a flat surface.
I must be on mute.
There, one deck.
Okay, I was just saying what the gentleman was trying to describe sounded to me like once you've measured latitude using sea level flat Earth elevation angle measurements and wrapped it round a ball, then there seems to be a problem.
Nathan's 100% correct. Every single measurement.
Skipping past the actual measurement, mate. We're using sea level for the elevation angle. Doesn't matter what you do after with it. Wrap it round a ball, wrap it round a triangle. It's a flat Earth measurement from sea level.
That's correct.
And it's as simple as that.
We don't win anything, and neither does the person who's formerly got a ball belief, who comes along and goes, here's a load of flat Earth measurements. How do they work on a flat Earth? That guy doesn't lose anything. Right, linear miles, linear kilometres, they're still the same old horizontal distance measurements that we were always measuring Earth with anyway. Elevation angles are still altitude angles from zero baselines that are flat, and altitude itself is always from sea level. Sea level itself is always going to be a plane of reference. Earth was always being measured with every single one of these principles in tow, even the ones that were suggested to be proving balls. So it doesn't matter. The guy who thinks he's on a ball can still convert them to ball and believe he's in a ball. In a ball, I might add.
Yeah, but the big mistake people make is that the unit length of a flat Earth circle lies in between the unit lengths. So you're using it as a unit length of 1 to 1, but those unit lengths have value on the X and Y axis.
the flat Earth value for the radius.
Oh, I'm going to disappear. It was nice being here. Elder Bear's a thief, and I don't want to be in his company. So
He's a liar. Oakley's lying.
I don't want to talk to Elder Bear. This man is a thief. He has stolen from me. I've produced a book so that I can feed my family with the money from it. This man has decided to download an illegal copy, suggested that thousands of others have done the same as he has. I don't want to be in the presence of a thief.
He can't follow like you can.
I'm going to disappear. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much for having me, guys, of this Discord server. I will ask my live audience moderators to link to this server, but I am no longer going to be here if this thief is here.
On the plane itself. That is a 90-degree angle.
Well, thank you for having me. It was a pleasure.
That's what you're missing.
Yeah.
Thank you. If you don't mind, Chris, I just want to say goodbye to the server and thank him for having me while this thief talks through me. I just want to say a thank you to the server for having me while this thief talks through me. I'll be disappearing at this point because I don't want to be in the company of thieves who just talk through people and steal from them. I don't want to be around Elder Bear. He is a thief. Therefore, I'll be parting company and thanking you for having me. Thank you very much, Jeremy. You've been much more civil with me this time, and me to you, hopefully. Thank you for having me. I just don't want to be around a thief. Sorry.
Jeremy, just server mute him.
Oh, they already have.
So we don't have to leave.
Oh, no, they have done already.
He only causes trouble. Yeah, that's all he's here for, trouble. He's an idiot. Just mute the guy. Kick him out. He's a no-starter.
I don't mind people causing trouble. When people talk through other people, that's debate, right? That happens. I understand that. But when people are literally taking the food out of my kids' mouths, I don't want to talk to that person anymore. That's why I don't want to talk to Elder Bear. He's a thief. Same as people like Simon Dan. Simon Dan is a thief, a common conman thief, a scumbag, a man who has taken the food out of my kids' mouth so he can produce videography about the content I'm selling without paying for it. Simon Dan, Elder Bear, there's a whole bunch of them. Globe-believing thieves. I'm not going to be in their presence. Just don't want to do it.
Well, he's on server mute. If you still don't want to be around him, that's fine.
Not especially. I mean, temporarily, as we've only got 10 minutes left.
Nathan?
Yes, go ahead,
Can
Cole.
you file copyrights on them? Can you file copyrights on them for stealing your content?
There's certain things I can do that I won't mention here. What I will do is out them. When I catch people thieving from me, which is what this is, yeah? If you go into a bookstore and take a book off the shelf, a physical book, and walk out without paying for it, that's theft. Now, the fact that I've only got digital copies available and people can download them without paying for them is absolutely no different to walking out of a bookstore with a book you haven't paid for. That's what Simon Dan has done. He's walked into a bookstore, a digital bookstore, taken off the shelf a copy of my book, and then gone and made videos about it. He is a thief, like Elder Bear, just thieves. Now, the reason I highlight this is because these are the people who are all high and mighty telling us that we're scumbags and con men. No, these people are thieves. And that fine line between wanting to tell us we're wrong about flat Earth has now crossed over into I'm happy to steal from another man who's just trying to make a living. That's me. So when someone like Simon Dan or Elder Bear comes along and says, I'm prepared to steal from you, I'll look down the barrel of my camera and go, no, Dan is a thief. That's what he's done. He's stolen my work, not paid for it, and then proceeded to make a review video about it, making money from it. So he's a pirate. That's all he is. A common thief, like Elder Bear. And I don't want to be in the company of thieves, especially when they're people who suggest that I'm somehow doing something criminal, untoward, a liar, whatever it is that they peddle. But the reality is they were this far the whole time from stepping from normality into common thievery. And that's what they've now become. It's reached that point 10 years down the line of doing this debate where people want to steal from me. It's outrageous behaviour. And I'm going to call it out when I see it. I've written to Dan and asked him to justify his thievery. Has he responded? Has he bollocks? Why? Because he's a common thief. That's why. Same as Elder Bear, same as a whole bunch of them. And in their minds, oh, well, it's all right. I steal music all the time. Yeah, well, you're just a thief then, aren't you? I've heard people say, oh, it's not like you've never downloaded a CD. No, I haven't. What I did do is go into HMV and purchase thousands of CDs week in, week out. When I was a rep, I had an expense account, and I'd buy them from music shops all over the country. I've got thousands of original CDs and original movies, because I don't steal them. But it seems like the people who oppose us on the Globe side have now chosen the other route. A route of crime and theft, Why? Oh, well, I wouldn't want to support you, a flat earther. Okay, well, that means you've stepped over the line where you're happy to accept being branded as a thief then, because that's what you've become. Now, for anybody else who actually wants to experience my book, which a lot of people do, let's be honest, these people do want to critique it, say it's bad, whatever they want to do. They want to engage with it. Well, that will cost you money, lest you be branded a thief. And if you do want to buy it, there's a link below. It's $15. It's not like it's expensive.
Okay. Sorry about that. That was a radio. Go ahead, Nate.
That's it. I'm just plugging it. I'm saying if you want to actually engage with it, thousands of people have downloaded a copy of my book and enjoyed it. It's getting hot reviews, and people will soon have me on their shows to talk about it and promote it. In the meantime, the people who are in these servers that get to hear it promoted go, I'm going to steal a copy. I'm like, well, why would you want to? Well, because it's good. That's why. If you want to buy a legit copy, there's a link below my video.
Shouldn't you provide it to the interlocutor? If you want to debate someone on it, you should provide it to the interlocutor for free.
Yeah, if somebody wants to promote it or have me on or disagree with me about it, then absolutely.
I would like to purchase it.
Oh my God, he's asking me. Then yeah, I've sent free copies out to people, or I think they have to pay a penny or something like that to download a copy.
No,
but yes.
I'm about a normal price. I would just like to purchase it. It'd be cool to have.
Yeah, well, you can get it. It's below my video. It's called Measured Flat by Nathan Oakley. It's under $15 to download a digital copy of it. And yes, there are people who say that they'd like to have me on their show and promote it that I've sent a free copy to. So it's not like if Simon Dan had contacted me and gone, I want to review your crappy book. Can you give me a link so I can download it for free? I'd have probably said yes. But instead he chose to steal it. I'm just going to keep calling him out. I'm going to call him a thief, because he is. If you want a legitimate copy, it's below my videos. Any modern video that I've produced has got a link to Measured Flat, the ebook. It's only available in ebook form. It's only available from one place. But other thieves have decided that they want to republish it with different words, that's to say not the same book, under the same title with my name attached. Different types of pirates have stuck it on Amazon. It's not available on Amazon. It's only available legitimately from Books Online. That's where it's available. Not from Amazon. But other con men, grifters, undoubtedly people who oppose me, who would suggest that I'm the grifter, I'm the con man, have decided to do all sorts of scummy things. Like steal it, like publish it on Amazon when I haven't. Things like that. Why? Because people are enraged by it. Because it's talking about what I just talked about for the last 10 minutes. Someone comes along and says, how does flat earth azimuth, flat earth elevation angle, flat earth altitude, and flat earth distance work on a flat earth? Well, my book's riddled with pointing out how flat earth measurements go without saying by everybody suggesting balls are the result of these flat earth measurements. That enrages people who are on the bull side to the point where they want to steal from me and con me. That's what's happening currently. It's driven them so nuts when they're downloading it in their thousands illegally, making them all thieves. So that's why I'm quite passionate when someone like Edebear comes in. It's like, you're a thief. Giving you an opportunity to demonstrate that you're not a thief and you've not succeeded. Therefore, you are a thief.
Well, I was just going to point that out, Nathan. I just want it because it would be cool to have, Nathan, to have a book written by someone that, comes in here on Discord. That, to me, that's just a cool thing. So
thank you very much. It's called Measured Flat by Nathan Oakley, available from Books Online, only from Books Online. Because there's a few people out there, like I say, that want to con, scam, probably globe believers, that have stuck it on Amazon. That's not mine. No, I've not published a book on Amazon for 50 quid. No, that's not mine. That's con men, scammers, undoubtedly from the globe side. What is available is underneath my live videos and in comment sections on my shorts videos. You can click on Books Online and download a copy. It's under $15. It's $14.97. I've also offered the facility to people who want to become an affiliate. So I've actually offered people the ability to earn money from the book sale. The same amount I earn, 30%. So if someone comes along and goes, I want to sell your book, they can download an affiliate link and immediately sell it and make 30% when someone clicks on their link and buys their copy of my book, if you want to look at it in that way. So I'm trying to facilitate people who are in my community being able to earn a small amount of money, a tertiary earning source, off the back of my book. What are the people from the globe side doing? Stealing it. Scum. Complete scum.
Yeah, and then they call you scum because the information that's provided in the book, but it's projection because they're thieving scum. Funny.
Yeah. Well, I'm quite pleased that it's the case that my book has led the people who are constantly trying to tarnish our good name, suggest them a child beater, a wife beater, a con man, a grifter. Those people are the ones that are actually showing their true colours, thieving. Yeah? Essentially taking food out of another man's kids' mouths. That's what these people are doing. That's what Simon Dan has done, and Creaky Blinder has done, and Edda Bear has done. These people are thieves. Make no mistake. But I'm happy to announce it.
Just going to say to...
Go ahead.
I was just going to say about the other gentleman, and you already sort of picked up on it. I was going to point out myself. He seems to be asking questions and getting a little bit triggered. You know, I'm not calling you mate when I say that, but buy the book, because like Nathan just said, it's all written in the book how people have been using these measurements, flat earth measurements, without realizing it. And it's all right, Nathan, saying that sometimes, but you don't fully grasp it as Nathan's saying it, and the conversation's going back and forth quite quickly. But if you buy the book, you can read through it, you can go over chapters again, turn the page back if you don't fully understand it. Nathan's pointing out all the time how Earth is always measured flat and always has been for everybody who's talking about Earth measurements. So do buy the book. It's a really good read, and you can go at your own leisure.
Oh, thank you. Have you take it you finished reading it now?
Well, to tell you the truth, I've not, because I had over a week of not reading. It's because of other personal things going on. I think I mentioned it the other day. I spent most of my time in hospital the other week, but that's another story. I'm towards the end of the Troll at the moment. So I picked it up again the other day. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm just reading it slowly at my own leisure, but I am enjoying it. And I think everybody should grab a copy.
I'm going to thank everybody in the server in a minute, and we're going to part ways because this live show is about to end. But the chapter that Wandex just talked about is a chapter called Troll, where to produce the show I produce, that I'm currently producing with you guys here in Earth Awakenings, has had a consequence where people used to, before I tightened up the security of the show, use the public link available to all to debate me, currently your link to get into Earth Awakenings, to play pornography on my live stream in an attempt to get me shut down. Now, that is the kind of crap that you face when you talk about Earth being flat. People who want to take your livelihood away from you completely by breaking YouTube rules and regulations, by playing literal pornography on my live streams. Yeah, part and parcel of one of the chapters detailing the kind of scumbaggery, not theft, because that's happened obviously after the book was published. That's something new. But other types of scumbaggery, detailed in the Troll chapter. Anyway, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both the Earth Awakenings Discord server and my G Plus panel for making today's live show possible. If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
Leo.
Hey, let me tell you, the flesh stinks so bad you got to bury people 6 feet under. He stinks so bad you got to do twice the amount, 12 feet under.
Must be
it's
killing
true.
him.
He stinks. Look at he stinks. He's got a stench on him. His voice alone. People have said they just want to, just hearing his voice, they want to smack him.
He does have a horrible voice.
Yeah.
I'm quite pleased that the things have worked out the way you say quite frequently it's by providence that these things happen. Well, it's by providence that suddenly we can start looking down barrels of cameras and saying, these people are scum. Yeah? They were always on the borderline of just being common thieves. Scumbags.
Nathan, I'm going to challenge you to slightly change your rhetoric.
Oh, here we go. Go ahead.
Because I think when, like, people's purpose in getting people to realize the earth is flat, and your response to that, I kind of feel don't really meet. Because while you're saying it's inconsequential anyway, I mean, it's not the point. We do live in a world where we're living within someone's business structure that's deceiving us. Some people will push your book to raise awareness just for that. So I'm saying kind of, think about that. And when you're telling people it's inconsequential, because people think that there's something that they can change about the world that is messed up.
I think he's talking about the measurements themselves, because I get into this with him too. But when you're talking about just how Earth is measured, we are inconsequential. But the
Yeah, but that's
effect
not what
that had
that's
on
not what anyone's
society.
talking about ever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. And that's what drives me crazy too. But the effects that it's had on society, because they were taught that the world was measured in a different way, that's a problem.
Yeah, it's because you want me to look at it from a sociological standpoint, and I'm saying no, it's a geographical standpoint only, and that is irritating when people want to look at it from the perspective of it being consequential to people as individuals. When Neil's correct, I'm saying regardless of if you convert an entire room full of people, let's say you've got a full church full of people, a congregation of 100, you go on the top of the stage and you eloquently detail how Earth is measured flat, and they all stand up at the end and applaud you and say praise be to Jesus, and they all pat you on the back and give you some curried goat, and you all have a lovely fun time as a consequence. Nothing actually changes. The distance that they're going to travel home that's been surveyed and the roads that have been built as a consequence were being measured flat to build them. They're measurements of a flat plane now if you surveyed them, and moving forward if they needed repair, they'd still do flat earth surveying and rise over run when improving any of the network distances that you travel along. So knowing that it's flat or believing that it's a ball have no bearing at all on Earth's measurements. None.
Yeah, I still say that's true, but that's not what people care about or are asking you. Or, does that have anything to do with why people would be incentivized to share your book, to share that message? Well, that has nothing to do with any of those things. So I'll throw it back at you with an example like this. So child comes home from college visiting their parents. Parents go out one day, they're rummaging through old stuff, their childhood stuff. They come across some documents way back in the dresser, and it's showing to them that they've been adopted. Now their parents have lied to them their entire lives, but here it is right in front of them, clear as day, this information that they're not actually adopted. Now, does anything change? Are they still them? Yes. Were they still fed? Perhaps. Were they still sent to school? Perhaps. But to say that it doesn't change anything for that person, they might haul off and smack you in the face. Because the thing that they're feeling, that is significant, and they want that acknowledged, and they want something done about that. So the message that nothing changes is fine, because that's true. But when people are trying to talk about this feeling that they want something done about, that's something totally different. If you're not going to engage it, don't even say anything about it.
Yeah, I see it's a false equivalence. Unless, if you were to claim that you are treated poorly for being black, woke up tomorrow white, then I could understand your false equivalence. But if you woke up tomorrow and, suddenly you found out in the documents that you're adopted, who you are and what you are doesn't fundamentally change. So I disagree even with the false comparison.
Well, it doesn't fundamentally change, but it bothers you.
Yeah, I can't disagree. But I try and phrase this with what prize do you get, or what will be taken away from you? What will you lose? Now, let's just take away from the false equivalence with the adoption, right? You find out tomorrow, having been a staunch globe believer, that Earth's flat. In the last 10 years, other than when you've told somebody about it, what has that actually changed for you personally? Regale me. Let me know.
Well, I'd like to take it back to my example and answer from within that, even though you're saying it's a false equivalence. Because what I would have gained is I may not be investing in my parents' business anymore. I may be asking more questions. I may not be overlooking the begging the question fallacy that I've accepted all my life, or the affirming the consequent fallacy all my life. When they said, well, whenever they're given any unreasonable advice to me, and I thought that doesn't make sense. But because they're my parents, I'll listen to them. Those things may change. My quality of life may change because I'm no longer under this delusion. And at least with these people, I may no longer, be susceptible to certain things within my life. So that's going to change from person to person. But I mean, you homeschool your kids. The difference between somebody sending their kids to public school, hearing this information, hearing about the Jesuits and going, oh, you know what? I want to homeschool my kids too. You can't quantify that. You can't tell somebody what that means to someone's family. So all I'm saying is when you say it doesn't make a difference, don't say that. Because you don't know what difference it makes.
It doesn't make a
difference. And you don't even know what somebody's talking about when they're saying it, whether they mean it doesn't make a difference in the measurements or whether it doesn't make a difference in the way I feel. You don't even know which one they mean.
Yeah, but I mean in the measurements. From a sociological point of view, I completely agree with you, right? It might fundamentally alter the brain waves of an individual, right? And I'm not talking in a glass tuning fork kind of way. I'm saying it might mentally adjust them. I get you. So Neil tries to labour this point to me all the time, Eli, that I have a certain responsibility. Well, my attitude towards it is difficult when it comes to the people I have to empathise with in order to take that responsibility on board, because the people I'm supposed to empathise with are the people that we're bracing against. And most of them I just see as scum. So it's difficult to have empathy towards them when either my indifference kicks in, which is to say I don't care about them, like the show will end and I'm not thinking about Rumpus anymore. The show's over, I don't care. And it's not like I should have some high degree of empathy from some complete lying scumbag like Rumpus. Who cares? It's just some lying scumbag. Well, you'd sooner cut those people out of your life than suddenly exercise high degrees of empathy for how world-altering my information might be for that person. Now, I know the next thing that might come out of your mouth is, well, your audience is the person that you're supposed to be appealing to. Well, at present, I'm in this lull where I know that I'm limited in terms of the amount of people I can reach. Now, as I go out, because you said the other day you need to do more interviews, I agree. My attitude will change when I'm exposed to more normies and see their reaction to what I'm putting down currently. Because then I can only empathise with the person in the moment. But at the moment, it's difficult to empathise with scumbags. Therefore, I take it to a point that I can mentally cope with it, which is it does not make a difference to the measurements. Now, I'll take on board what you're saying. Have more consideration and empathy for your average Joe that will be fundamentally altered at the prospect of finding this information out. I will take on board what you're saying, mainly because Neil said it multiple times and now you're saying it. And I do take on board what you guys say. I do value what you have to say in this regard, and I do take it seriously. So I will try and have a bit more empathy.
Yeah, that's all.
On that in the book anyway,
even... don't you? Oh, does he?
Does it what? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was updating my thumbnail. Say again.
Sorry, go on, Eli. I interrupted, sorry.
No, I said awesome. Or even, no, I agree. Fair enough. I was asking what you were going to say on that.
But would you reject your parents' business if you woke up tomorrow Mexican, Eli?
Say again.
If you woke up tomorrow Mexican, would you go, well, I'm going to reject my parents' taco business or whatever?
Well, that would be a different thing.
Yeah, you're right. Everyone loves tacos. I'm just being.
I think what you got to say is like measurements don't have feelings, do they? Measurements don't have emotions. Is like what we're saying. So you got you know that's what we're dealing with. Measurements. The emotion is a different thing. totally from the measurement.
Just speaking to my tape measure.
Nathan's point is
says it's very offended by you.
Measurements don't sell books, though, do they?
Depends on what level you're looking at.
Well,
so the book Measured Flat, I have attempted to appeal to people on multiple levels, right? In the book, there's the most base level, just talking about people and what they do. Now, one step above that is specific events that have happened through the course of the last 12 years. But at the highest level, and this is riddled through both of those as the chunks of the text, is the concept that most people are unfamiliar with. The Earth is measured flat. So it's appealing to multiple different levels of people. Now, there might be people who transcend all three levels because they're so familiar with what we do. And a couple of the reviews on the website seem to indicate that, which is, I was already very familiar with all of the information. However, it was nice to have a condensed version of the journey of flat Earth debate in book form. You're like, okay, so for you, hearing about some of the crazy stories, you've already heard them, you've lived them. Knowing that Earth is measured flat is beyond you. You already knew. And seeing the events and timelines of that progression to the point where we can say Earth's measured flat, you've partaken in. Therefore, from that perspective, for that particular individual, a guy who's already in the choir, you know, the song doesn't move him as much as it does the congregation. But in this instance, I'm trying to put the information out to a wide variety of people who will find enjoyment from reading about that particular event that took place because it's salacious, or that particular event that took us one step further into the knowledge that we currently have. I hope it appeals to multiple levels. I hope as more and more people read it, it's never the same critique or review that I get back from people or compliment that I get back from people. They always find something different about the book to compliment. So, you know, not all people will be super critical of the individuals in the book. But so far from the opposing side, that's what people want to look at. They want to look at the most base level, the people. You're like, fair enough. You know, hopefully that's what appeals to you. Then that's what you'll take out of it.
Nathan, did you get a response from Simon Dan or his company that you sent out the other day?
No. I asked for the audience's benefit Dan to supply his order number, having seen his video and seen that he's got a stolen copy. I know it's a stolen copy. He knows it's a stolen copy, but I almost jovially invited him to give me a receipt. That was basically it, in the long and short term. As he responded, no, he has not.
Maybe his dog gets it.
What? No. When you see a stolen copy on screen, you go, that's a stolen copy. So then you go, why have you got a stolen copy? Can you give me your receipt for your stolen copy? Like a guy at the door. Let's have a look in your tracky bottoms. Why is there a box of cereal in your pants? Let's see your receipt. Now the guy who's seen you put them down your trousers knows you've not got a receipt. But he's still going to say, have you got a receipt for those Cheetos you've shoved down your pants? That's what they do at the door, isn't it? When you're trying to walk out without paying for them.
I wouldn't know.
Neither would I, but I've seen enough crime dramas. People walking out with stuff in their pants. It's not normally crime dramas, it's normally TikTok videos from convenience stores and security CCTV footage where someone's like looking around. It's like, do you not realise the camera's there? They shove it down their pants. Like they're being really subtle. Hilarious. But that's what we've got the equivalent of, isn't it? That's what's happening. It's common thievery. There's no other word for it. Yeah. On the other hand, maybe I'll be turning around and giving Simon Dan a devout apology and he'll go, no, the reason it looks like a stolen copy is because I put it through this conversion process because my OBS streaming software only accepts screen grabs from this particular format, so I had to reformat it. And absolutely I bought it under this name. Here's my receipt. Yeah, bollocks. Will that happen? But I've given him the opportunity. And, you know, stranger things have happened. Maybe he will come and justify his theft as not being a theft, in which case I'll make a public apology. I'll go, if I in any way intimated or inferred that Simon Dan's a thieving common scumbag, then I was wrong. I highly doubt that'll ever be the case. Right, can you keep the conversation going while I nip off and make another cup of coffee? I've been sat here for 2.5 hours.
The mic is still open. I guess I don't have to go through the rigmarole of opening my phone and unmuting. Yeah, sure.
I've got some news for you, actually, just before I do go, Eli. It turns out you're actually Mexican.
Is that why my reception's been poor all these years?
Now, do I take option A and rattle off a load of Mexican racist stereotypes, or just nod politely? Yeah, that's right, Eli, yeah. I won't talk about you getting up late or being lazy.
It makes me feel so bad when, like, whomever I'm talking to, I could be talking to a Mexican and then, like, I'll start doing this fake Mexican accent. I'm not trying to. It just happens, you know? Same with every other everything. Anyway, where the rest of you guys at? While Nathan makes his cup of coffee.
I'm still here till the conversation kicks off, actually. I do want that cup of coffee, but until the conversation's actually in full flow.
I was just wondering if anybody noticed that Witsit popped in that Discord and then stuck around for 5 minutes and then quickly exited.
I saw a shorts video of him recently. I couldn't tell you what was actually in the shorts video, but he was looking very dapper, like I know he's just got divorced or whatever, so, you know, I'm not going to take the piss out of him, or, you know, I would hate if that was me in that circumstance, so I don't want to belittle him or condemn him for that, right? That's unfortunate. But on the upside, He looks like he's gone to the gym, got himself a haircut. You know what I mean? He looked like he was in fine fettle.
Well,
visually.
Bit of self-care, trying to sort yourself out for the next one.
Well, it reminded me of when I see those dating videos where some woman divorces her husband because she can, in her mind, better deal him, like do better. She buggers off, gets very depressed, eats loads of cakes, and the husband goes to the gym, gets a better job, finds a prettier woman. You know what I mean? That would probably be Witsit, and his ex-wife will be cursing him, going, "I can't believe he's doing better. He's even happier than he was. I can't believe it."
I think that has to do with our height, Nathan. You know, I met his swagger, and I've been high and low too. I've been super handsome, and I've been super ill. I won't date you, right? Like, when you're tall and a woman leaves you, it's like, yeah, I dare you. You know, all you got to do is get in the gym a little bit. You know, cut your beard, and now voila, she messed up. You know,
I know. I was gonna say, now he's got more time for ping pong golf ball.
Ping pong golf ball. I remember that.
That was what I did for the majority of the time that you guys knew me. Well, no, that's a lie now. The first 4 years, I was with this woman who left me because, you know, she didn't think I was doing well enough.
Poor hygiene. Poor hygiene.
And then years after that, she's like, "Man, you're like, I leave you and you're doing so much better, and you looking better, and you like, how is everything better?" And I was like, "Actually, it was just your perception. I was beginning to do all of this when you left me," and I said, "You sure you want to do that? Like, and why would you leave me now when we're on the upswing?"
Why would you talk to her after the fact? Bitch, get out of my sight. That's what I'll be saying to her.
Because I wasn't her enemy or anything. It was fine. It was like, if a woman decides to leave me before any of all of that toxic stuff, is like, all right, that's your decision. I guess it didn't work out for you. I don't want to be with someone who sees me like, bleh. What's the point? You know what I mean?
I can remember being incredibly resentful to one particular girl that I nearly married. And then much later on in life, like 10 or 12 years later, I was doing exceptionally well. I was driving a posh car, I'd got loads of money, I was a rep. I was basically doing the whole James Bond thing, flying all over the world. And then suddenly she pops up on Facebook. And I was furious. I'm like, you gold-digging bitch. You know what I mean? I was furious with her. I was so angry. But as a consequence of her, because, you know, she left on a downswing like they always do. Frickin' monkeys. They don't let go of one branch till they got hold of another. So she'd already got a fellow lined up, as they do. But I remember learning from that lesson and saying to my current wife, not that I intend to have any more than one. I've only been married once and I hope to keep it that way. But I remember saying to her, right, because she met me at a similar time when I was doing really well. And I had to say, look, this is all bollocks. This doesn't mean anything, right? Just because I'm doing well now does not mean that in 6 months from now I'll be doing well. This could all go away. I could be penniless. And she's like, yeah, I accept that. I'm like, good. In other words, I didn't want to get married because I was doing well. Now, I obviously use that to meet more women, right? When you're doing well, you tend to find it's easier to meet women of a higher standard. That is to say, one that you want to marry. So at that point in my life, I was working as hard as I can to demonstrate myself to the opposite sex of being the highest quality male that I could possibly be at that particular moment. But I had to say, not just to my current wife, but to other women who I was dating at the time, that this is all just a facade. It doesn't mean anything. You know, the Yves Saint Laurent suit and the cufflinks and the Rolex doesn't mean anything. You know, it could all go away tomorrow. So, you know, most of them were like, when they looked horrified, you're like, you're not my wife, are you?
Right,
you know what I mean?
Right. Exactly. I don't know. It's very hard to find someone who may be on the downswing versus just being a straight up bum. You know, because we're not talking about the people who are lazy, you know, the people who, you know, they're those too. But like, you know, when you're on I don't like that either. Like, you know, how you're dressed, the rooms that you're in, not just women, but people treat you very differently. And I've always really hated that because I'm like, I'm the same guy. Like, are y'all retarded? I'm the same guy.
Just bring it on. Plenty more fish in the sea.
Hey guys, you guys are just denying my curvilinear measurements and my spherical triangles for my sphere.
Oh, really?
Oh, joy. Why wouldn't we deny it?
I don't know, because it must be curvilinear and the triangle spherical. That's a very good argument, I must say.
I can be as delusional as I want. It's my life.
Did you know that triangles have more than 180 degrees?
You know, people do admit that. Like Matthew Learns, he admitted that it's just a belief. You know, he doesn't have any evidence, at least, you know, from the definition of evidence. And when we ask, do you have any direct evidence, like by way of experience? He'll go, no.
Just need to ask
it's sort of like
what a triangle is. Because 180 degrees, it's a must-have in order to be a triangle. It defines the triangle, the 180 degrees. So by saying it has more, has less, that's not a triangle anymore.
It's just who he is. His assumptions make his assumptions, even out of his own mouth. just another demonstration, just like today, how criminal and butthurt you'll be over geometry when it's not that serious. It's just the horizontal planes we all dwell atop. There's measured flat, there's flat.
I guess that's, you know what, like, I had to think, like, maybe Nathan's right. You know, I tried to. I mean, on one hand, I do believe that when people are saying, you know, this means something. Like I do believe that on some fundamental level. But then I kind of felt something in my mind go, what difference does it make when people don't care about truth actually? Because I'm sitting here talking about the people that want the truth to resonate for whatever means they want that for. Like maybe they want to see less globe propaganda on TV or no globe propaganda on TV. Maybe they want to finally see NASA, you know, shut down. Maybe they want to see, you know, anything like that. And I'm like, isn't that just like people who cry about being poor and broke? Like
denial.
They have a million reasons as to why they have to be that way. And if they could change it, they would. But actually, my experience helping people with their finances, no, you won't. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. That's coming from a person who.
It's too much of an embarrassment for them to accept the measurements and to accept that it's measured flat.
Yeah. Like people think they would. I think that, you know, these measurements will get out there to a wider audience, and I like it. It'll be interesting, sure. Well, people stop doing the weird human thing that they do when it comes to truth. No. So from that context, what difference does it really make? All it's going to do is frustrate me thinking that there will be a difference when I know there won't. I just wish there was.
The lie of heliocentrism, which is what I generally perceive to people, the people want, our people, us, when they have these conversations with me about their hopes for things like the book, they want people to relinquish the overarching heliocentric worldview. That's the desire I feel of most people. So that doesn't sit well when I say to people, for example, that Earth's just measured flat. That's to say there's no mention of the non-spherical nature of Earth at all. That kind of bugs people because they want next man who does believe he's on a ball to not believe he's on a ball, right? That's what people want. Okay, when I addressed that specifically, the heliocentric lie, which at some point in the last 500 years has transitioned from very good out-of-the-box mathematics to a reification of standing on a spherical surface. That transition from maths to reification has happened in the last 500 years and is what I am calling the lie, right? Now that web, to convince people that is actually the world that they inhabit, spherical and on the surface of, will dissolve eventually. It's a web of lies. It's built on a foundation of flat Earth measurements. So it won't necessarily alter radically the way the world actually functions, but the overarching worldview going from Christianity to heliocentrism, or going back even further to Greek freaking gods, It's just an overarching paradigm that the world at large is given to keep them under control, to suggest that the higher-ups have got an explanation for the world that they inhabit that's coherent, and that they can trust in them as a consequence. Somebody's got this covered, I don't need to worry about why the sky is blue, and men of importance have figured this out on my behalf. And what have they figured out? Well, currently they've figured out that it's a ball, so I can be okay with that. Now, the further expectation from people is that once people appreciate that the people who've utilised this rhetoric, this worldview, this globe idea as a suggestion that can be reified into existence, that is to say that the person being told is told that they're actually standing on this freaking ball, once they appreciate that that isn't true, there's an expectation that they'll realise that the people who have utilised that rhetoric to convince them that they are those men of stature and power should have all of their other lies and deceit focused on. And I think that's an unreasonable expectation. The people in power who have leaned into this rhetoric have done so that they don't have to have an explanation, so that aspect of knowledge and power is covered. Regardless of how right it is, when someone asks me, I can lean into this explanation. It's a heliocentric world, this is how it works. Aren't I smart? Therefore you can trust me when I tell you you've got to pay me taxes. Now, the fact that when somebody comes to the situation where, well, that isn't actually correct, subtly it's seeming like it's spherical when you reify this mathematics based on flat earth measurements, therefore I'm not going to pay my taxes. Yeah, they will. Or they'll end up in jail, won't they? So this expectation, I think, is sullied by the reality of not much in the world will actually change in physical terms, because the measurements were always flat anyway, even to create a ball. And just because you now know it's not a ball, let's say there is millions of flat earthers, have we all stopped simultaneously paying our taxes? Have we all braced against Trump? The Great White Hope? No.
Well, see, let me pause you there to so you can sharpen your because if you're responding somewhat to what I'm saying, then it's not. I don't want people to know that it's flat. I want people to understand how they were deluded. These logical fallacies. If they stopped doing that, I believe our quality of life in general would be different. Because I've used this, my better reasoning to not get scammed by, some speaker company that didn't want to honor my, what's the word?
Warranty.
Exactly. And so they were trying to get my ex-girlfriend to say certain things that would have her void it. And I was like, shut up, because I saw it going on, but she didn't. And I was like, the reason is because she's not listening to what he said. 1 second, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Moving forward, we will find out the actual consequences of people finding out that the measurements were always and will always be flat when more and more people get exposed to it. And that is a wondrous world to venture into from my perspective moving forward, as I now engage in more and more different people, hopefully. I haven't engaged with a single soul yet, I might point out. The book's been out a couple of weeks, and so far about half a dozen emails have gone out with the press release. Now, that will eventually reach into the hundreds of people that get contacted about it. And if that takes a year to do, then so be it. But I know that in our very near future, there will be promotional work that will expose us to a type of person that we just haven't been exposed to. And when I say we, I mean us collectively as a group, as this little group here at Nathan Oakley 1980. Now, obviously, we are all in different circles and we all have different experiences, but I personally feel that there's a world ahead of me that is going to be uncharted territory for a group of people that I happen to be collectively associated with by name. And that's an exciting time to venture into. I'm proud of where we're at, especially as I feel very confident going forward into rhetoric that won't embarrass anybody. I mean, it won't embarrass anybody that's associated with me. It might embarrass other flat earthers that are dicks and that are just talking shite, because suddenly they'll be exposed, won't they? But I don't see that as a direct consequence. That is to say, my intention isn't to go out and suddenly sully the name of Mark Sargent or Dave Weiss or whoever. That's not my ambition. If as a consequence there's a slight embarrassment because they behave like conspiratards. And I'm not saying either of those particular individuals are necessarily the example. I'm just, there's random flat Earth names. But they can only suffer their own consequences if they have been conspiratards. You know what I mean? Yes, Nathan.
Indeedy, I do. Yep. Indeedy, I do. I also think it's interesting the fact that FED has been split is probably also a good thing for this uncharted territory that you're talking about. Because I can see you respond in a way that's less like, because to be honest, your panel often makes you reactionary because you may have to jump ahead of something because one of us might bite onto a chunk of meat that you don't think is the best, chunk of meat to bite into. There might be someone on the opposing side that may say something that, again, somebody on your panel is going to chomp at the bit, and then you like kind of got to manage that while managing the conversation. Well, with the people that were here, I mean, at least you are very cool, calm, and collected from the beginning. And the conversation only devolves when the person repeatedly offends versus offending everybody as soon as you walk in the room. You didn't need that in your uncharted territory journey. So, it might have been a better thing for us that we split.
Yeah, I mean, given that we found out you're a Mexican, it only seems reasonable.
Yeah, our only black correspondent, Chocolate, I don't know where he's at.
He's being love bombed by the enemy currently.
Them, how they love being love bombed. Them old, let me not, I'm going to get caught. Somebody replaying this in the future. Oh, man. That's what they're like. You can't love bomb me with defrauded stuff. Stolen stuff.
I do have a very nice set of speakers going, just in case you're interested.
Say again?
I got some very nice speakers that you might be interested in. out of warranty, you say? And another thing.
Not nothing.
I couldn't go to the. Sorry, I couldn't go to the hospital and argue or ask questions for my daughter, by saying, well, the earth is flat and you don't know shit anyway. I couldn't do that. But knowing what logical fallacies are, I said, hey, before we do this, I came across this article and it seems to be saying this. So at the very least, I want to postpone for a week, but do you mind looking it over and telling me if it's legit? It's from a government website. She reads it. She goes, when she summarizes it, basically she summarized everything I understood. And she said, but see, this is a small sample size. I said, exactly. You're a doctor. You have, you can get information that I may not be privy to. Can you give me the study just like this that has the appropriate sample size? Because surely this is an important thing to, she's like, yeah, okay, I'll get right on that. She didn't send me anything. And then when I came to the next visit, she was like, oh, I sent it to your number and, the mother's number. I don't know. I went forward with the procedure anyway, because I had went and researched myself, and I said, you know what? I'm not going to win every battle, and I want to stand tall on this, but I should have researched sooner. And at this point, I'm not really willing to take up that fight. But After that visit, she sends me a pamphlet that's the same generic pamphlet that you get when your child is born. And I'm like, she knows damn well I didn't ask for this. She knows specifically what I asked for. And then I said in my mind, goddamn Glober, exactly. Because what I meant was they all do the same thing. You ask them a question, they know that it can't be answered, and they give you something else. That is very useful in the world when people are trying to poison and kill you and other stuff, rob you, to take money from your family's line through the bank because they're holding information from you. All types of stuff. This information is helpful not because the earth is flat, but because you need to stop thinking in poor terms or poor reasoning.
Well, that's down to you as the individual, though, isn't it? It's that old adage of do your own research, which isn't strictly true. It's you can only live your life and make your decisions if you choose to. Whereas if you try and put that responsibility for a decision you need to make on someone else, that doesn't make them accountable for your decision making just because you've offset it to them. But when people deceive you, like this particular instance where you've got somebody who's being asked for something, they don't have the answer, and that makes them feel inadequate, lesser, inferior, whatever the word you want to use. So to not have to lie to themselves, they'll lie to you. Oh, yeah, I'll get that information to you. And maybe in their mind, they're like, oh, I'm sure it's out there, in the same way you've said that to yourself. I'm sure it's out there for you to be asked to get it me. And when they assure that they can get it, oh, yeah, there's hundreds, I'll get you that. And then they don't.
First thing, initial.
Again?
My bad, yeah. No, my bad. I forgot I was off mute. But
That's
go
okay.
ahead, yeah.
Well, I'm just agreeing with you. I'm saying, yeah, but in that person's mind, it's not necessarily because they want to deceive you. They might have the best of intentions. But for you, if the consequences were dire, it doesn't sound like they were, but let's say there were dire consequences, that would still be on you. Now, most people want to offset and blame, and it's like, well, no, you had to make a decision, and you reached out to people to do your research, but at some point you have to take ownership, especially if it's for children. You're like, well, they're completely helpless. You are their only lifeline in this regard, because they're not making.
And that's exactly why, I know for a fact that no matter what happens, I'm responsible.
Yeah, good attitude.
And it's like, I could get upset, I could get mad, and I'm like, at this turning point, I thought this and I did that. But honestly, sometimes, not knowing the future, you don't really know. Sometimes there isn't a black and white. Sometimes there's just, here's the risk here and here's the risk here. Which road do you want to take? You know what I mean? And it's like, at the end of the day, just like we say, hey, you're a professor, you should know better, you're some. That was a doctor. I don't need a doctor telling me, I'm sure there are globe earth measurements somewhere. There's thousands. I don't need the doctor. You get where I'm going? You get what I'm saying?
You don't want him lying to himself when he's talking to you. You just want him to say, I don't know. Because then you know that you need to go out and do more research in that regard rather than thinking, yeah, that doctor's got it covered. Because he's told me he's got it covered.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's the trust me bro syndrome.
Oh, I fell for the trust me bro. It is what it is. I don't know. I didn't trust it, but I was like, it is what it is. Well,
Did you ever hear Mr. Cheswick's version of a song called Trust Me Bro?
No.
Trust me, bro. I'm in the know. So please don't call me a fake. Never heard that?
I don't think I have.
Yeah. Mr. Cheswick.
Is that
me,
a
bro.
real
I'll dig
song?
it out in a minute. I'll dig it out so you can have a listen to it.
Okay.
But it was actually off the back of Witsit, who literally said those words. Trust me, bro. As we were talking about him earlier. Just trust me, bro. I've got this.
Pretty sure he just made a new video for that.
Who, Cheswick or Witsit?
Cheswick.
Oh, okay. the version I've got is an old version, but I'll dig it out. I did a little remix of it actually from memory. I liked the song and I was like, oh, that's really dancey. I reckon I could reorder that and do a little remix version of it and make it even better. So then I did it and he was like, yeah, whatever. Cheswick's a bit like that.
Yeah, it's really cool. It basically was distributed from Mr. C after Where's the Guns, Nathan.
You know what? Witsit as a platform, I would say he's more of an influencer, really, because he could go anywhere, kind of. So it's like, why not sit down with him?
Maybe anywhere but direct sunlight, because he's ginger.
Get him back in, back in God's good graces.
Are you calling Witsit God?
No, I said get him back in God's good graces. I mean, let's see. Yeah, but no, I was just saying, like, I met Witsit. I don't know. I'm not super. He seemed really cool and everything. And when everything was going down, he just seemed a little less weird, a little less weird than Jared. This seemed like he was misguided. That could just be just me. That could be just me. But anyway, whether he was misguided or whether he's a sack of crap, he has viewership too. Like, why not talk to him? He's relevant, or he's trying to be relevant. Why not,
Oh.
Witsit? I mean, hell, if we'll talk to Dave Weiss, I'd rather talk to Witsit. He's younger.
Witsit's on the list.
Witsit was in our Witsit the proven liar.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty fickle when it
So
comes
is
to
Dave.
promoting my stuff. So
Touche.
I'll speak to them. I'll speak to both of them. Both of them are on the list as far as I remember.
So now you want to work with Witsit? If that's what he's going to flip on you.
When I've got something to
the bottom line is we cut the listen. Look, we could just blame it all on QE. End of story. We didn't really give a fuck about their beef. We really didn't.
Eli, listen, I missed the conversation because my brother called, but I thought.
Oh, okay.
I could be wrong, but I thought we're headed for other fish, like getting Nathan in front of bigger fish.
No, everyone.
Yeah, but we've been this Discord road, Eli. I want to see him in Killer Priest. I want to see him in Lee Peterson.
No.
I want to see him in freaking Eddie Bravo. These guys ain't worth our time anymore in Discord.
Witsit's an influencer. Like, he's not.
Who does he influence, Eli?
He's not a Discorder.
Yeah, but who does he influence?
When he goes live on YouTube, wherever the freak these minions come from, they follow him there.
Yeah,
Whenever he's on, listen,
Muppets.
I'm answering your question. So whenever he's on TikTok, the minions are there, i.e., influence. Wherever he goes, his crowd follows. Let's just give them an update on the information. That's it.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, he's got the ear
But you
of
know
the
why they
gingers.
follow him? Because he gives them the make-believe. He gives them the unreachable, the free energy, the ether sensation.
That's fine. It's none of our business.
Yeah, like you said, you want to update them, right?
Yeah, we're not here. I'm not there to go on that's like going on Killer Priest podcast and then telling all the 5%ers like the earth is flat and plus forget that Muslim stuff. That's not going to go over well. Like, that's
Hold on
not
a second.
you feel
Eli, hold on. Explain 5% because a lot of people might not know what you mean. I know what you mean.
I'm not even going down that road right now.
Well, what is it? It just means that they believe in 5% of the King James Bible. That's what a 5%er is.
No, I don't. No, I never heard that. I think.
Damn it! I just hung up by accident. Eli, trust me. That's what a 5%er is. Next time you see him out there in Manhattan, ask him, this 5%er, what does that mean? That you just believe in 5% of the King James Bible? And they'll say yes.
Probably to get you to go away, Neil. I never heard that.
yeah, I was locked up with them. I know. That's what a 5%er is. They believe the 95 other parts of it were written by freaking,
But so then where does the deaf, dumb, and blind part come from?
Listen, just to say a stupid statement like that.
What is the deaf, dumb, and blind figure attributed to?
I don't understand what you mean. What do you mean deaf, dumb, and blind?
That's who the 95% are, and they're the 5%ers. That's the point. I don't know where you're getting the King James thing from.
Because that's what a 5%er is. They only believe in 5% of the King
ask
James.
Killer Priest when you get there, okay? That the point is, you don't want to, like, I don't care about, Witzett's philosophy or ideology.
Right.
When I go there talking to him, I just want to share the information. Like that's where flat earthers go left, like letting Globers get into their mythology, and then they make an enemy out of you. When we need to be focused on, why the fuck are we enemies? I don't have anything to do with what you believe and all of that. I just have information.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Because once you start talking about ether, guess what you're not talking about? The information you went there to give.
Measurements.
Exactly.
But
now you're not giving the information you went there to give.
But Nathan can turn an ether sensation into a flat earth measurement.
For what?
Because we're updating the new information. I thought that's what you said you want to do. So if
what I'm saying is, why are you talking about it?
If the conversation goes to ether, we don't have to stay there.
No, I'm just saying you're not there to discuss ether. So when you're there that's like talk show hosts don't listen. Talk show hosts know, or people who are getting on the people's shows. Matter of fact, this is a perfect example because the talk show host has an agenda and the person who's there has an agenda. Let's take Eminem, for example. I'm here to sell my freaking album. I don't care about this irrelevant dude that you're saying has beef with me right now. Why would I even say his name?
And what's with it? What's his motive? No matter where he goes, he'll start with a measurement, but he'll end up trying to punt the ether and free energy.
Yeah, that's when he goes somewhere to talk about how he feels about his ideology and all that other stuff. But if I'm coming to him and I'm like, hey, can I come to you to discuss this stuff? And it has absolutely nothing to do with ether because I'm not bringing it up. Why would we have to talk about it?
Because he'll bring it up. But I'll stand by and watch. And I said, told you, Eli.
If he talks about it and I'm silent, what can he do? Because what does he want me to respond with? My information has nothing to do with what he's talking about. I'll just sit here idle and be like, are we supposed to have a discussion or did you just want to? That conversation doesn't have to be very long.
Right, I hear what you're saying. So if he brings
people don't like to talk to themselves in front of the audience.
Let's role play, Eli. You just mentioned to me how with elevation angles you prove Earth is flat, this, that, and the other thing, and I say, yeah, but they were hiding the freaking fact that we have an ether.
That's exactly what I would do. I would play my music in the background. Oh, you were meaning for me to respond to that?
You can all join my fancy trust room. Do you know what I mean? Trust room. It's the only way to go.
Oh, that's that song.
Trust room. You can all join my fancy trust room. Do you know what I mean? Trust room. It's the only way to go. It's the only way to go. Trust room. It's the only way to go. Trust room. It's the only way to go. Trust room.
Send me this.
It's the only way to go. Just roll. It's the only way
I love this.
Just roll. It's the only way to go. 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 Just roll.
Trust me, bro, I'm in the know, so please don't call me fake. 'Cause you don't know the things I know, or how much cash I make. I promise you, my heart is true, trust in the word that's speak. Give me your way, the thing to say, this what is here to speak.
Trust me, bro.
That's awesome. Did you post that? Post that in Master B so I could download that.
I'll also post. I've got a members only version that I never released, so I will release that today.
Sweet.
Hey, hey.
Hey, hey, hey.
I used to love that show with Dwayne Wayne and Rerun. Rerun could dance his ass off.
All right.
With that little annoying sister.
We made the after show a solid. It was solid. I feel
what are you
proud
saying?
of us today.
It was very Eli heavy, therefore solid after show.
No, when I was on the phone, hold on, I got on the phone, Eli was talking, and when I got off the phone, 20 minutes later, Eli was talking.
Absolutely solid after show. Solid after show.
It's not that. It's that I was hearing you, call to action, and I'm like, well, I'm sitting here talking about how my mic is awesome, and I could try harder now that I actually can to keep the conversation going. So I tried, and it worked. So
you're allowed to own this. Like, often I will watch after shows and go, this was a very Nathan heavy show. Good show.
True.
Right, I've just released it as a shorts video. So like I say, this was... I trimmed out several different versions and remixed them from Mr. Cheswick's original. Reordered them, slowed them down, sped them up. There's the dealio. But one of them remained members only. So I've just published that, along with the one that I just played you, which was released about 2 years ago. So I wasn't expecting necessarily to release Trust Me Bro featuring the fraudster, Mr. Cheswick Shorts, that was members only today. But there we have it. That's been released today.
Yeah, that was pretty dope. I'm probably going to dance to that for the next couple hours.
Yeah, it's a proper earworm, innit? Trust me, bro, yeah. I'm in the know. So please don't call me a fake. I liked it.
The video, something back to the Hacienda days.
So, One Deck, what are you going to do with Flat Earth reparations?
Flat Earth reparations, did you say?
Yeah.
Flat Earth what?
I'm looking forward to Flat Earth affirmative action. I've been watching a lot.
I'll buy a boat with my reparation.
Been watching a lot of Jesse Lee Peterson, and he's like very critical of black people who suggest that they are deserving of reparations because of slavery. It's like, this didn't affect you. Why are you asking? Yeah. Why are you begging for money as a consequence?
Did you know that me being a person that wants reparations, that is not at all what my argument is. Which is why they argue against the thing that's absolutely ridiculous. Why would I be fighting for that? I'm talking about redlining and shit that's going on still right now. You know, there's repairs that could go on right now for the things that you did in the last 3 decades. Forget slavery, you're still doing it. At least for specifically African Americans. I don't know about everybody else. So when he responds, it's kind of like when Globers respond to the idiot flat earthers. There's a very small segment of us here in America that have a very specific, thing that we're talking about, but the rest of the world is responding in that really goofy, here, let me give a response to Globe Earth kind of way.
I saw a really, really amusing bit, but wasn't published on his channel or Get a Job. It was published on the person who'd had the interview with him. So it obviously hasn't been trimmed up and hacked up as much because it's just the straight interview. And it's with this gamer guy who, he was about 7 years ago. This guy's creeping up to 40 now, but at the time he was 30, about 6, 7, however many years ago. And he's doing the interview with Jesse Lee Peterson. And this guy's called Destiny, and he's a guy. And he's like, why have you got this girl's name? Why have you given yourself a girl's name? He's like, well, it's the name of my gamer channel that I made when I was 9 years old. So it just sounded like a cool name. I didn't know at the time that lots of black girls would give their kids the name Destiny when I named my gamer channel that, right? And he's like, so Jesse's like, leans into it a bit more, which I thought was a good response. But then he leans into it more and he's like, yeah, but you've still got a girl's name. Why are you ascribing a girl's name to yourself? And the guy's response was, yeah, well, Jesse's a girl's name. Short pause. Jesse looks at him and goes, amazing. It was hilarious. I mean, don't get me wrong. Obviously, at some point, he then gathers his thoughts. He's like, well, no, it's got an I on the end. You're like, oh, dear, that was brilliant.
Oh, man. I love when people do, like, actually recognize where it's like, oh, where the I guess we call it the shoe drops.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
I guess you're right.
Well, with that particular Peterson, right, Jesse Lee Peterson, he's a little bit prideful, and that's when he gets caught out. And that was one of those circumstances, because he's generally a good guy, right? Yeah, he cuts off his guests continuously when he's talking to them, and that kind of doesn't go over necessarily that well. But it's his shtick, that's his bit. But sometimes when he's on his high horse, in that case, he wants to have a jab at transgender people, So he's trying to worm it into the discussion right up until the point the guy cuts him off. Like, Jesse's a girl's name, though, isn't it? Amazing. He's one of those guys that has just decided to exploit the fact that he can get away with addressing what a lot of racist white people want to say about black people, but can't because they're not black. So because he is black, he'll voice those frankly quite racist views as a black man that can get away with it for clicks. And while, again, I get it, he's a YouTuber or a broadcaster or a radio host or whatever that, you know, requires an angle to work with to, you know, gain popularity. But sometimes I dislike the way he does it. You know, he seems like he's sacrificing his own black heritage and black culture, especially when he's in the presence of other black people. He has absolutely no empathy for them whatsoever. In fact, he treats them worse for being black. Like, and then you just think, why? It's not necessary. But that's his shtick. It's a bit like Pearl can do the same thing for women. Like, she can address a lot of misogynistic points that men simply can't get away with airing because they'd be called out immediately. But because she's a woman, she gets away with it. So therefore, she's built up this reputation amongst men because she can voice things as a woman they could never get away with, right? But you just become a misogynistic woman. Like, you just become a racist black man, but just a racist black man against blacks. You're like, what's the difference?
That's all it is.
Well, yeah. but on the other hand, you can understand that he is trying to be funny. It's only, like I say, the only time he gets caught out is when he's actually on his high horse. That's to say he's actually got a serious issue he feels that he can air as an influencer or whatever. That's normally when he gets caught with his pants down. You know, that was a perfect example of it. Admittedly, not necessarily against blacks. In that case, it was against the transgender community as a Christian. But he still got caught with his pants down, and it was very funny. But yeah, I do like Jesse Lee Peterson. He does make me laugh, which is really the only standard I care about. It's like, you can be as racist as you like, I don't care, so long as you're funny.
Right, if you're funny. There are people who are racist that are obviously not funny. We know the difference. You can be racist and funny.
Yeah, absolutely. Jesse's idea is that racism's just a made-up word, and you're like, well, in Socratic terminology, every word's just a made-up word. But it's the meaning behind the word that matters. Now, when he asks people if racism exists, what he's actually asking is the political spin on the word racism that's used to their ends real? And in that very, very narrow definition of the word racism, he's correct. But that's not what racism means to me. It means a hatred of a complete community by stereotype, which is freaking outrageous. Yeah. And if I was to ever speak to Jesse Lee Peterson, he would say, do you think racism exists? I'd be like, yeah, I've met plenty of people that hate, and then I'd just list off a whole group of stereotypes. And there's definitely people out there that hate certain groups. You're like, but within that group, there's going to be a massive spectrum of different types of people. And at one end, you could say that they're truly evil, and at the other end, you can say that they're the truest saints on earth. And everything in between for every single group that ever gets mentioned and stereotyped. And when stereotyped, is hated by an individual. Now, that could be hatred of a sex as opposed to a race. You know what I mean? It doesn't necessarily follow that it's all to do with race. It's just hatred. Do people hate? Yeah. It's just that simple, isn't it?
I would have probably responded with a question like, well, does bigotry exist? And if he goes, well, yeah, I'm going to go, well, then what do you mean?
Exactly.
And I'll just leave it at that.
Exactly. He puts it into a category where you can easily show somebody being bigoted. You can easily show somebody hating blacks, somebody hating women, somebody hating, I don't know, kids, whatever group you want to categorize. And then stereotyping them into being evil and giving one or two examples.
You can have racial humour that isn't necessarily racist. It's the intent or whether someone's offended, I guess.
I don't know. I just know what racism is. I used to know. I won't name him because he'd never forgive me. But a Sikh guy who just hated Muslims. Everything about them, he would stereotype. Like every single Muslim that existed fell into this one stereotype that was easily hated. And you're like, okay, I understand that there are individuals that will display that character, that trait. But I bet if there was a group of white people or black people or Mexican people or whatever group of people, there would be a certain number of people that would also demonstrate that character trait in that group also. But this particular individual decided that no, all Muslims behave like this, and therefore I'm entitled to hate them. Like, no, that is just straight up racism. That's what I saw and still do see as racism. Like stereotyping a group and then saying I hate them for this stereotype.
Yep. Same here. That's
you can also
every time somebody wants to complicate something, it's like, no. Listen, if you're sitting here talking shit about somebody purely based on where they're from or who you think they are, and you don't actually know them, and you couldn't give a toss about asking them one single question, you just want to maintain your idea of them, yeah. You're a racist or a bigot or whatever you want to call it.
Certain stereotypes
It's that
are
word,
funny, though.
Somebody brought that up, bigotry. That's what they all are, bigots.
Who are they?
I've been driving that line home for about 2-3 years now, maybe more.
Yeah, somebody brought it up in chat. They said you're a little behind Eli.
Say again?
Oh, Neil's referring to heliocentrist zealots.
I
was going to say that's zealotry, not bigotry.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm driving.
No, I'm just saying zealotry would be a more accurate word. But while we're talking about specific racism, there are certain racial stereotypes that are hilarious. You know, that you can categorize a group with. And obviously there's going to be certain individuals that fall outside the stereotype, but they'll know somebody within their group, it might be a racial group or a sex group, or whatever group, that they can say, yes, I recognise that stereotype. You know, when you describe the bonkers transgender with blue hair, or the black guy drinking grape juice, or whatever it is that you can stereotype, and somebody immediately goes, yes, I recognise that stereotype. It doesn't have to be evil. It doesn't have to incite hatred to stereotype people just for a laugh.
Yeah, like I can prove to you that Adam was black. I can prove beyond the shadow of a doubt.
Well, based on where he was born, there's chances are he probably was black. What's your point?
No, because you ain't getting no rib from a black man.
You ain't getting no what? Any what? I missed that.
Go ahead, Neil. We can hear you.
What ain't you getting from a black man? Maybe this is a stereotype I don't get that's Americanized.
Yeah, you ain't getting no rib from no black man. He's getting ready to barbecue that up.
Ain't getting no rib. I don't get it. Is that a stereotype?
He gave his rib for Eve.
And took a rib from Adam and formed Eve.
Yeah, I got that bit. What's that?
But black people love ribs, just like they love
I didn't know that.
Watermelon and stuff. Like, you know.
It would have worked out better. It would have worked out better if it was chicken, though.
See that? I can understand.
Yeah, it's the same kind of thing.
Hey, did I tell you when I lived in Ridgewood, Queens, Eli? That was settled by a lot of Germans there, right? Now I had this apartment, right, and I had the whole house, and they were Germans that owned it. So I had certain portions of the basement where I put my stuff. But when I went down there, the shit that I found, they had like this sign that they used to put on their lawn, and it was a black kid like running, holding a watermelon. This is what these people had in their basement, with a little old pictures of it too. A lady smiling on a lawn. This was probably taken back in 1930. I was like, wow, these freaking people were on some shit back then.
Yep. I mean, they're still on the same shit. And I'm not talking about, like, you know, white people against black. I'm like, in general, like there are people still being treated that way somewhere on this planet. Like none of that is like we just haven't, for whatever reason, people haven't popularized it in written form or in content form. Like, 'cause there's nothing new under the sun. Like, you know what I mean? Like we see that now as like, oh, super racist. How long have people been like, pulling their eyes back and pretending to be Chinese though? That might be seen as really ridiculous 100 years from now. If you have a whole bunch of movies and don't even watch a Chris Tucker movie. Don't watch Rush Hour. You like that might be seen as really ridiculous in the future.
I can remember. I tell you what, too, when you're a child, you remember certain things. I was about 7 years old, and I asked my cousin Dora. I think I said, "Can you grab me that?" I don't know what it was, but I was asking her to get me something, and I remember exactly what she said. She said, "Am I 8 shades darker than you?" I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I was at 7 years old. These are the things that I grew up around in an Italian neighborhood. And I'm sure you had things in a black neighborhood that were freaking a shot against Italians and whites. My father had a sign in a store. It was 3 sets of eyeballs in a black setting, like totally black, like people in a black room. And there was just a cartoon, like comic book, how they have the voices. And it was, "Who dat?" And the other one said, "Who dat?" Say, "Who dat?" So, and these are things that I grew up around, but they were totally freaking racist.
This is hilarious. Let's talk more about what racist things we used to experience back in the day.
Well, because, that's what you grew up in. It wasn't until I broke out of that and went to high school, and then I started intermingling with different people that I realized that we're just people. Everybody, we are all just people.
We are all just people, but the West is the best.
That's a song by Depeche Mode. People are people, right? So why should it be that you and I should get along so awkwardly?
Hello. Same here.
I didn't get any of that.
I think it was just Len saying hello.
What's up, Len?
No, I think that was Eli not realising he's still off mute. But I'm not too bad, just been clearing a fucking pond out all day. Like a foot's worth of silt. The pond's not been active for over 12 years. Fun.
The Beach Boys had a song called Fun, Fun, Fun Till Your Daddy Takes a T-Bird Away. And you know that real surfers did not even like the Beach Boys?
Now I know.
So, Nathan.
Yeah?
Is this the way it's going to be from now on, right? We should never hear you engaging with Edda Bear again, correct?
I mean, I don't want to engage with thieves. I am pretty fickle, though, I've got to be honest. If he suddenly gets really popular and has a massive show, I'll be like, well, I mean, I didn't want to talk to you, but...
Oh, man. But you can still talk to Hayuka, though, right? So if somebody comes in and starts going, hello? Hello? Nathan?
Hayuka?
Can you hear me?
Am I hiccuping when I'm talking? Hiccup?
Are you there?
Hello?
You?
Yeah, listen, he plays on it good, too, because when he said Refracted was lying, that he never went into a Discord server and straightened them out on the elevation angle nonsense he talks about, technically he didn't, because Refracted was speaking to Hayuka. So in a way, he didn't tell Elder Bev. He told his alter ego, Hayuka, or his pseudonym.
Yeah, liars will be liars.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's funny, you brought it out today, how they accused us of all of these things, but the whole time it's been projection.
These people don't have a moral compass whatsoever, do they? Like, they want to pretend to an audience, like, look, I'm so righteous, I'm so good, I'm such a good person talking about the world being a ball. This person's a liar, this person's scamming you, this person's a deviant. When in reality, no, you're one step away from being branded a common thief. That's the reality here. And what I've heard in comments since airing this on some of the shows is, oh, well, it's no big deal, it's not like you've never downloaded an illegal CD before. And my response is, no, I haven't. I'm sure I said this on today's show. Like, no, I'm not a thief.
I wish I could say the same, but I didn't see it that way until, like, you really look at it. Because I would be in New York working, and this Chinese lady would always come by with CDs, and they worked in my car. I paid like $5, and what great copies they were. But yeah, I was taking part in thievery. And you can't get around it. If I was giving her the $5, the people that were responsible for making it cost them money to make it, they weren't getting any of that. So, yeah, gives me a whole new outlook.
Yeah, just scummy. But like I say, I'm more than happy to call it.
What was that?
Just scummy.
Yeah, but if you come to an understanding and you turn from your wicked ways, then everything's fine. But if you're going to continue down that path and say, oh, no, it was gifted to me. What family member does he have that freaking bought your book and gifted it to him?
That's just a complete lie.
Exactly. Lying and thieving, they go hand in hand.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to deal with those types of people. Once you figure out that they're a deceiver, a liar, a cheat, a scammer, I don't want to be associated with you anymore. Now that's very powerful. That's why our opponents use it on us and tell their audience that we're liars, cheats, thieves and scammers. Because that's a powerful accusation. The audience hears that and goes, oh, right, well, if you've said that this person's a liar, deceiver, scammer, thief, cheat, then I won't be associating myself with that person. Now, the fact that they don't actually substantiate that in any way, shape or form, they don't go, well, I've watched this person use a stolen copy of my copywritten material, I've then challenged them to provide proof of purchase, and they have not, therefore I will call them a thief, as is the case with Simon Dan. I will call him a thief from this point forth. I'll say, yeah, Dan is just a thief. For the sake of $15, he's branded himself a thief. Rather than paying $15 where $4.50 would have gone to me, he'd rather not do that and be called a thief. Well, I'm more than happy to oblige, you thief. Don't steal from me because you want to, make your little commercial entity with your wife's name in company house, registered your shitty company that's using copywritten material that you've pirated to make videography material with. No, you're just a thief and a pirate. And that's what you'll be branded. It used to be you and your reference frames have been ruined, which is a highlighting of his inability to understand rhetoric. Almost harmless by comparison to, no, you're just a thief, a common criminal.
But yeah, when he's made a portion of his career using your content and not even giving you a link back to your channel as the original creator, he's just going to continue with his slimy ways anyway, isn't he?
Well, that's half a step away from stealing, isn't it? Well, I'll use your material with 0 credit. Like the guys in bands that want to be called the author of the music. It's like, you've got 3 other band members that have produced this content with you. No, I wrote all of it. Like Sting with the Police. That was basically the bottom line. No, I made all of it. It's all mine. I created all of it. You're like, okay. So you're not going to credit the other people involved? No. That's Simon Dan. But then when you're on that edge of theft and it comes to, well, I'm not going to pay for a piece of material that I'm going to critique with a book review. I'm not going to pay for the book. I'm just going to steal it and review it anyway. You're like, yeah, you were halfway there when you were nicking people's material, putting it up on your channel without crediting them. He was that close to the line all along, wasn't he? Now I can highlight that. Now we're talking about it. This is how close he was all along to being that common criminal, that thief. Yeah, he was just stealing material, but people see that as okay. Now they're having to say, oh, well, if your book's not available in hard copy, then it's not really owning it when you buy a copy. Therefore, it's not really stealing it when I don't pay for it. Another justification I've seen. So, like, what you're actually doing is just justifying your guru's theft, aren't you? You're saying, I now defend this man's thievery. Like, good. Keep it up. Because it means I get to keep pointing out what this person really is. A thief. Yep. That's all he ever was.
I never looked at it like that until you just broke it down. That's right. Because that holds a lot of power. Sort of like the scientific method. So they were using, they're nothing but liars and thieves over there as a way to gain power to what they were stating and how people would view us. Interesting.
Still in the valor to project their own nefarious behavior.
Yeah, those guys are nothing but freaking liars over there on the flat earth side. And you know what? He's a thief too. He's a con man. He's a hustler. So people hear that and they form an opinion about you before they even know you.
Yeah, it's called a poisoning the well fallacy. Now, bearing in mind that these people have absolutely no need to do that, right? They are algorithmically favoured, but they choose the scummy route anyway. Like, here's a person who, by contrast to me, has very limited reach in terms of their audience and their influence thereof. What am I going to do? I'm still going to use every fallacy and every tool in the arsenal to poison the audience against this person who has limited reach. Me, in this case Simon Dan, has the maximum reach offered to you via YouTube's algorithm. But he still feels the need to demote, steal from, like, be a scumbag, a complete thief. It's like, why? Were you that desperate for the $15? Could you not afford $15? No, of course, you're just a scumbag. Don't matter what he can afford. That's what scumbags do. Steal. Now, if they're on the edge of stealing and nobody's calling them on it, when they take that one little step a little bit further and download an illegal copywritten piece of material, it's like stealing from Disney, just nicking their film. Oh, I'm just going to download The Lion King. I don't want to pay for it. Like, what are you talking about? Animators have spent years and years producing it. It's on sale to be purchased. You just don't want to. Oh, well, no, I'm going to be criticising Disney. So that means you don't have to pay for it. Well, yeah, in my mind, that means I don't have to pay for it. I'm going to be criticising them. No, that's still theft, you stupid retard. You're just stealing.
Did you hear his logic on that? What you saying, I don't hang around with thieves? He freaking Ed Bear in the background, you hear him say, what are you talking about? You put yourself around Huey and Adam for years. Yeah, but once you recognize they were thieves, you dumb bastard, he fired everybody.
Yeah,
What's wrong with these people?
See how that's not him saying, no, I'm not. It's him saying, no, you do surround yourself by thieves, so you should surround yourself by me, a thief, because you've surrounded yourself previously with thieves. So in other words, basically admitting it outright. No, because you've also... Do you think you'd catch me going, no, but you have hung around with thieves, therefore you should hang around with me, tarring myself with a brush of thievery? No, I wouldn't be doing that. Unless I was a thief. They all do it. They try and dilute their theft. I've seen it now dozens and dozens of times when I've reacted to these people, either in their comments section or in mine, or in emails that they've sent me. And they like to tell me, I don't like this about your book. And I'm like,
sorry.
They all try and justify it, try and make an excuse for their theft. I've seen it dozens and dozens of times. I've listed off a couple of the excuses that they've tried to give already. Edibears was thousands of people have downloaded it. Like, immediately you're into your justification. Oh no, if everybody else is doing it and I do it, I'm just one more of 1,000 people that have stolen it. So therefore my interaction with theft is limited, diluted down 1,000 times. Like, no, it isn't. Just another thief then. So there's thousands of thieves, you're one of them. But it's good. It means we can actually turn the tables in that regard. Like, who do you say who's criticising me? Peaky what? Oh, he's a thief. Did you not realise? So you like taking the advice and counsel of thieves, do you? And they'll be like, what are you talking about? I'm like, well, he's stolen a copy of my book. He's there critiquing it, saying he's read it, and it's not a legit version. He's nicked it. He is a thief. Oh, well, I'm sure it's perfectly reasonable that he's stolen it because it's not a hard copy and therefore it's not really theft. Yeah, absolutely is. Your guru's a thief. You don't have to like it. That's just the reality of when they steal stuff. That is to say, take something without paying for it. That's called thieving. Now, I don't give a shit how you justify taking the sweets from the sweet shop. You've took them without paying for them. Now, that is how it will be highlighted and rubbed back in the face of all those people that think they're so smart. I'm going to tell the world how shit Nathan's book is, according to me. Have you paid for it? Silence. So you're a thief, then? So we should listen to the critique of a thief? Yeah, of course you're going to say it's crap. You've ascribed no value for it. You've stolen it. It's easy to critique the porno mag when you've taken it off the shelf without paying for it. I'm very against pornography. Are you really? Yeah, that's why I stole it. I wasn't going to pay for it.
Personally, I think out of all the anti-flush, that cookie is the most obnoxious.
Most of them are obnoxious. I said that on today's live show. Like, I have very limited empathy for these people because when people are suggesting that we should gain ground or, you know, convert these people, you're like, why? That, number one, they have no bearing on any of this stuff. It's utterly inconsequential if they understand it or not. And number two, they're generally dislikable people. That's not to say that most of the time I dislike them. Me now, after having this discussion, I'm not going to go away thinking, oh my God, I've been stolen. No, I don't really care. It's useful to put a spin on when it comes to saying that there's been thousands of people who've downloaded it, when realistically it's edging its way up to a couple of hundred copies that have been sold. Legitimately, that is. But saying thousands of people have downloaded it sounds better. No worries, I'll put spin on the fact that you're all thieves. Because that's what I've been trained to do. I was an estate agent at one time. Positive spin, right? I'm sure you've seen Lionel Hutz. No? When he's an estate agent?
Yeah, lawyer from The Simpsons.
Yeah, well, he's a real estate agent teaching Marge at one point. She walks past him as he's hammering in a sign that says for sale outside a house, and he says to her as she walks past with the kids carrying groceries, "If you lived here, you'd be home by now." She chains up and she's got a picture of all these houses because she's being asked, "Why haven't you sold any houses yet?" She says, "I can't find the right buyer. And when I do find the right buyer, someone looking for a house, there's not the right house available." And Lionel Hutz says, "Marge, the right house is the one that's for sale. The right buyer is anyone." And then he takes her to this book. And he shows her this picture of this tiny little house. She goes, "This house looks tiny." She goes, "No, it's very quaint." And then he flicks over the page and there's this house that's falling apart. She says, "That house looks dilapidated." She says, "No, rustic." Flicks the page and there's a picture of a house on fire. She goes, "Come on, that house is on fire." And he goes, "No, motivated seller." The art of positive spin. Yeah, I'll happily put positive spin on lots of people thieving from me. But when it comes down to an individual where I can say, "That's him stealing from me. There it is, right there." What's that, you don't want to accept it? Oh, you do want to accept it, but you're going to justify it on his behalf? So you're no better than a thief then? It makes people cringe, doesn't it? Internally, as they try and justify theft. "No, well, if it's not a hard copy and you don't get to own it because it's DRM, then you're not really stealing it when you pirate it." You're like, really? You think that you're going to now justify stealing from me in this way? You really think that's going to wash? No, you're just a thief. No amount of diluting this down by 1,000 times. No amount of suggesting that it's not physical, therefore not theft. No amount of saying, "You've also downloaded illegal CDs when I haven't." You know, you're just exposing what a massive con man you are, what a grifter and scammer you are, what a thief you are. So you've spent your whole life downloading other people's hard work for nothing, have you? Yeah, you're a thief. There's no other words for you. But it's right there below the surface, just itching to work its way out. And all you needed was an opponent that you didn't like. Like with me and my pornography example. If you're some liberal who hates porn, are you going to walk into the local grocery store, go to the top shelf and take the mag and walk out without paying because you're going to be showing it censored and saying how horrific it is and saying how it shouldn't be exposed to children? In other words, saying how negative you feel towards it. Therefore, you're justified in robbing the damn thing. In their mind, yeah. Because I'm going to be critiquing this, I am justified stealing it. That's their mentality. And it's bonkers when you break it down. When you hold a mirror up to it, it's fucking vile. And I hope they are repulsed by their own reflection when they see it. So, okay, let me get it straight. So you say I'm not a good author. Okay, that's interesting. Did you steal this? And when they're stunned to silence, they know exactly why. Because the reflection that's suddenly being held up is them with a striped outfit and a swag bag over their shoulder. Maybe a little mask. But underneath that, there's a Batman logo, because they're doing it for the good of mankind.
Yeah, grasping for straws while they drown with their scumbaggery.
Yeah, we all knew all along from our perspective that these people are scumbags, but they lean into a society that wants to hate the engineered flat earther more than the dweeb. So in a social hierarchy, everybody societally hates the people who hate us. That is to say, most average people dislike dweebs. They find them annoying. That is to say, they have a tendency towards disliking them rather than liking them. And the only people that have been engineered to be lower in stature than them is flat earthers. So collectively, the public can empathise with a hatred, a collective hatred. Similar to hatred towards gingers. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm very fickle and I do want the ginger pound. Therefore, I will approach Witsit and his simp of ginger followers.
You just go there and state it like it is.
Nathan, why do you only get $4.50 per cut? That seems kind of shit.
Publisher gets 30%, I get 30%, affiliate gets 30%. Then there's 10%.
Okay. That makes sense.
Then there's 10% slush to do incentives. So, for instance, people who don't sell the book but introduce affiliates to the book, they get a small percentage, a meager amount. And then if there's like I say, other competitions that can be run, that extra 10% goes towards that. Getting an IMEI number or whatever it is for the libraries, that was several $100s that was paid for out of that before any money was generated. So I don't begrudge the extra 10% that the publisher does use for various things, because I can see where it's going. But obviously he deserves his 30%. He's done a lot of work, still is doing a lot of work proactively. Like as we speak, he has to deal with tickets and issues on the site, and occasionally somebody can't download a copy or their banking doesn't quite work to buy a copy, and he just gets straight on it and deals with it. So I don't begrudge him earning his 30%. Same for an affiliate. The person who's got the easiest life is an affiliate. If you had any people with their head screwed on would just become an affiliate. If they had any presence online, that is to say they've got an audience of any description or can garner an audience from somewhere else, like on Facebook or whatever, that person should just become an affiliate, because they don't have to do anything and they earn the same as myself and the publisher earns. So that's why I promote it. It's easy. And I would imagine that people who are promoting Raycons, I would be surprised if they get 1% or 5%, somewhere between that range. They'll get a very limited amount of commission from flogging their Raycon headphones, and there'll be an expectation that they'll sell thousands through their affiliate link on their YouTube video. So they might earn a couple of $100 from their affiliation with that particular product that they've spent 5 minutes making an advert and then put into a 30-second section on their video to promote the Raycons that they've been, encouraged to flog. But they don't necessarily have any real passion for Raycon headphones or Raid Shadow Legends or NordVPN or whatever it is they're promoting. They just want the affiliate money, and who can blame them? You just want to maximize your revenue. Whereas to be able to sit here and go to my audience, you can earn the same as I do off this book, just stick a link below your video, I think is absolutely outstanding. Now that I've recognised its potential, previously I just thought it would be something I could offer to the people who would potentially interview me. So if I get, Joe Rogan on the blower and he's suddenly talking about having me on, I'm like, well, if you put a link to my book that I'm going to be promoting on the entire show, you'll make 30% of every single sale. And they'll be like, oh, well, that's brilliant. Yeah, obviously you're going to sell books off the back of talking about it on my show. I want a cut of it. Therefore, I want to become an affiliate so that it can be my link below the video that makes me 30% each time you talk about your book. And that was what I thought would be the incentive to people who potentially have me on their shows. But in reality, people have just gone, like you would, now I think about it, it makes perfect sense, because I'm a YouTuber. I wanted to be the guy flogging Raid Shadow Legends just to make a bit more money out of each of my videos. So if you're another YouTuber and you go, well, I want to make money off his book just by shouting it out for 25 seconds in a live stream and pointing towards a link, suddenly I make 30% of the sale. Fantastic. So it makes sense that people have run with it without me even going on anybody's show yet. Like I say, when it was first pitched to me, I didn't necessarily picture the expansive nature of who would find benefit to that affiliate program. I just thought it would be the people who would be interviewing me. Not so. But they do the best. The affiliates do the best. Out of everybody, they have to do almost no work. They get the same as me and the publisher. So the affiliates are quids in if they can promote the book and get sales from their affiliate link. They'd be laughing. 30% is fantastic. That's a huge commission by comparison to everybody else who's offering, stuff to sell as an affiliate. if I'm honest, that's the most surprising thing so far. The amount of affiliates that have signed up. I was absolutely shocked when I saw the number. Just dozens of people who've gone, yeah, I want to flog it. Definitely. Sign me up. Here's my bank details.
The bottom line, it's win-win for everyone that's involved.
Yeah, and that's how it was pitched to me. But like I say, I'm selfish, so I only saw a narrow path to me getting interviewed and being able to incentivize that interview at the point of, contact. But I don't see it that way anymore. It's just, that's why I plugged it on almost every single show since the book came out. As soon as I saw that people were signing up immediately, I'm like, oh, right, this is universally appealing to people. And it makes sense, right? Most people have got, at least a couple of hundred friends on their Facebook. And if they can make 20 or 30 bucks over the space of a month on the book, then that's 20 or 30 bucks that they wouldn't have already had by selling a few copies of the book. You're like, why wouldn't you want to sign up? It's just easy. It's 10 minutes work to get an affiliate link, and then you just shove it below a video or on a Facebook page or whatever. It's dead easy. As opposed to writing the bloody thing, sodding years, or for the publisher having to set up a decent site that's actually successful and got a presence and selling other books. He's had to work really hard. I've had to work really hard. An affiliate, easy money. You just stick a link in and there you go. Done.
Yeah, reaping the rewards from being the affiliate.
But that's how it should. That's how it should be. Once you become an affiliate and you're shouting out something that isn't directly connected to you, that's to say you haven't produced it or manufactured it or whatever. You're just promoting someone else's stuff. If you're going to shout out Raid Shadow Legends and pretend like you enjoy playing the game, then you're selling a certain part of your soul. Whereas I think for me, it's different. The people who would become an affiliate are actually involved in the subject and have a massive amount of passion for it. So there's a trueness, not for all of them. I'm sure there's plenty out there that are just like 30%. Yes, please. I don't give a shit what it is. If it makes me 30%, I'll sell it. If it's just a case of sticking a link in and mentioning it for 5 seconds, why wouldn't I take $5 each time?
Yeah, there'll be those as well. A certain individual that's just on the surface, just want to make the buck. They can give a crap about the geometry of the earth or promoting necessarily you or your book.
Exactly. In the same way as the person that's promoting Raid Shadow Legends might not have the slightest interest in mobile gaming. The guy who sells Raycons might have a car and never uses headphones. The guy who uses NordVPN actually has no interest in pornography.
Oh yeah, their device is protected enough. They're just there to, to sell the service.
Well, they're like me. They just bareback that search. They don't care. Yeah, infest my iPad. I don't care. I don't use it on camera. Do you remember in the IT crowd where the woman joins those two dweebs in the basement, and at one stage she says, "Oh, my computer's running quite slow. I think it might have something wrong with it." And he goes and looks at a laptop, and it's full of porno pop-ups everywhere, like hundreds of them. And he's like, "Well, do you use it like this?" And she's like, "Yeah, I just can't quite see the screen behind through these pop-ups anymore. Can you get rid of them?" He's like, "Your computer's infested." And it's just more hilarious because it's obvious that she's got that from watching lots of porn.
Yeah, a great series.
You found the worm in the
apple. Far too short running.
What, the It
in
Crowd?
my opinion.
The It Crowd was great. I love the It Crowd. It was hilarious. But those are the two guys. They are representative of the average dweeb that we deal with on the Globe side. Like Moz, is that guy, isn't he? Well, actually, we just need to do a DDoS restart. I see our entire opposing side on the ball-believing side as dweebs. They're all like that. There's very few exceptions to that rule. Like, I can't imagine having fun out at a bar with any of them. Name one on the opposing side, one person who you think, yeah, you know what? Forget their belief in being a baller. I bet they'd be a right laugh to go out for a pint. I bet you'd tear the town up with that guy or that girl. Name one that you'd think, yeah, I bet you're a right laugh.
Yeah, going into fourth dimensional space-time, bending pseudo-Riemannian geometry while you're just looking to have a pint, play darts, billiards, enjoy a tune from the jukebox, etc. Man, get out of here. I don't hear your crap. Here to have a good time.
I'm trying to rack my brains for a sanitized story of meeting crazy people. And every time I think of a story to tell, I'm like, will this get me demonetized? This is definitely illegal. Better not talk about that particular story. You know what I mean? But that's because I've been out in the world and associated myself with crazy bonkers people in crazy bonkers circumstances, right? Because, I don't know why, I just seem to emanate, be attracted to people who are a bit bonkers and know how to have a laugh. Right, so therefore identifying that particular type of person for me is relatively easy. And when I look at our opponents, I don't identify any of that type of person amongst them. I see them as that annoying adenoidal dweeb that would correct you when you're at the start of a bar crawl because you talk about space in the wrong context. You know what I mean? Actually, it's not quite the same as a downward vector that is a force when you think it's a force, because it's not really a force of gravity at all. It's actually a bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry. And I think you should probably correct your rhetoric when talking about space, because I've studied... Oh, shut up, you stupid dweeb!
Yep. Get out of here. I'm looking to sink the 8-ball. Shut up.
Yeah. Anyway. So yeah, it's difficult to want to make ground with these people. But I'm hoping that as I go out and I start talking about the book more and more with random people in their random channels, that my empathy for random normie will grow. Because I'm sure that I will recognise that spark in some people that I come across. Like, you just seem like a laugh.
Me too. And no one wants to self-incriminate, do they?
No, but on the flat earth side, as much as they are what I call pot-smoking hippies, of the two different varieties, the dweebs that are at the genuine bottom of the social barrel, the flat earthers are engineered from generally more fun people. The hippies and pot-smoking conspiratards, you can't deny, are generally more of a laugh. You're probably going to find yourself on a mushroom hunt with a conspiratard hippie quicker than you are with a heliocentric dweeb. Do you know what I mean?
It is what I listen to.
Well, I could just imagine the end of the night being more messed up with a load of conspiratorial hippies. And in fact, I have, in the last 10 years, spent more than a few nights in various different places where you're like, this is a bit of a crazy experience. How is this unfolding the way it is? You're like, yeah, because you're surrounded by crusty hippies and conspiratards, and they're a little bit more off their head, therefore a bit more of a laugh. Now, don't get me wrong, that can get tedious at a particular point when you want to get down to the nitty-gritty of the subject matter. That's flat earth. That can actually be quite detrimental. It doesn't change that, there's plenty of people on the flat earth side that, even the ones that we're highly critical of, that you look at and go, yeah, but I bet you'd be a right laugh if we went out. You'd be fun to be around. You'd end up probably off your tits behind some bin somewhere where you wake up at dawn. going, what the hell did I do last night? Why am I here? Where did everybody go? You're more likely to have that be the end of the night / beginning of the morning than when you go out and hear, well, actually, it's a bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry. Actually, we can derive a tangential plane with reciprocating zenith angles.
I don't know, Nathan. Did you hear the conversation at Earth Awakenings today? Most of them were flat earthers talking that nonsense.
What about mud floods?
Yes. That was Cora for you. Another one that freaking thinks all of a sudden, you have to go back to the laws that God put there and follow the law and not grace. That's another point. But yeah, these are those people that you'll be around.
Sure.
So me, if I was in a bar with them, I'd strangle one of them.
No, but you could imagine one of them going, no, we're going to go on a mission and find the buried city of Atlantis. Let's go. And you're like, oh, okay, this sounds like a crazy bonkers mission. Let's do it.
Let's have another beer and then we'll talk about going there. Then wind up freaking imprisoned by the Anunnaki.
Having your organs examined by some crazy aliens.
Exactly. Surrounded by cannibals.
What a way to go.
But sometimes I do feel like, I'm going to say it, to pat ourselves in the back. We're the only ones that's are speaking like just plain facts. I mean, it's what it is. There's no freaking, like, you know what I'm trying to say? There's nothing hidden. Like, what are we saying? What's been our freaking message for the past, let's say, year? It's longer, but just say a year. How the geography of Earth is. I mean, that's kind of boring, right?
Yeah. But on the other hand, having somebody ask you how 4 different flat Earth measurements work on a flat Earth is simultaneously quite hilarious.
That was funny.
Well, he can't quite freaking believe it, can he? Nobody ever recognised how flat Earth the measurements they were offering up were. And that was a perfect example of it today. How does flat Earth distance, flat Earth elevation angle, flat Earth direction in azimuth, and flat Earth altitude work on a flat Earth? Was essentially his question, wasn't it?
Yes, and you explained it 4 times. That was the funny part.
It's because they don't recognise it. It goes without saying that these are flat Earth measurements that I use to make my ball. So therefore, how do these flat Earth measurements that go without saying are flat Earth measurements work on a flat Earth? And up until 12 months ago, if you want to classify it as that far, they got away with it. Everybody went, yeah, well, of course we'll both use sea level without mentioning that sea level's level. And if somebody does, we'll say that it isn't, in contradiction to the axioms it's being used within the measurement form. You're like, oh, okay, well, that's perfectly reasonable. Let's just none of us mention how linear distance is, or how horizontal azimuth is, or how perpendicular altitude is to a flat plane. Let's just not mention it, and then everybody can use height without any concern.
But where they use the trick is, what is that called when they do that? Where they say, these flat Earth distances could not work on a flat Earth. They only work on a globe. Like they're comparing one to the other. That's a fallacy, right?
It's just stupid when you break it down the way you've just broken it down. It just doesn't necessarily get broken down that way. They'll ask how, when you watch an elevation angle decrease towards the horizon, how if it was on a flat Earth model, it would be an extended flat Earth distance when this flat Earth angle decreased at a reduced rate because it's a flat Earth. Now, if you don't say all of the flat Earth elevation angle and flat Earth distance measurement bits, you just have, well, on a flat Earth, this distance would be greater. How do you explain that, Flurf? Now, for the uninitiated, you go, oh, how do I explain why this flat Earth distance is increased if it was to be projected on a flat Earth model? If we were at a flat Earth height, it would be further if the flat Earth angle decreased at a limited rate because of the flat Earth. Now, again, when you're comprehending it as a flat earth in years gone by, you don't say it with, well, if I take these flat earth measurements and flat earth altitude angles and flat earth altitudes in a flat earth direction, and then try and explain how they work on a flat earth, so long as I ignore all those flat earth measurements, I might be suddenly in a position where I can't explain it on a flat earth, because both sides have accepted the flat earth measurements because they go without saying. Therefore, nobody's going to say it. Therefore, they're not flat earth measurements? Well, basically, up until this point, if you put your timeline on it and I'll put mine on it, it's probably 4 years, Neil. It's just time flies when you're having fun. We started to recognise how flat the measurements were about 4 years ago. That's when Bunk and Debunk came out. Probably doesn't seem that long, but it is.
Right. I'm just throwing a year out there. I know it's much longer, but I'm just saying, just say a year. But see, that puts, if you want to say us or you, because you're the one going out there leading the charge, it puts you in a position where even though there's no defeat, because there's no win, that puts you in a reality that cannot be altered. This is the fact.
Yep. It's been a year that we've recognised that the debate's over. That is to say, understanding how flat Earth is measured in all circumstances means there was never a debate to have. That understanding came about 12 months ago. For all of us, like as a unified rhetoric, if you want to call it that.
I'm glad that happened today because that was perfect. I can't wait to hear that back again.
Yeah, me too. I want to hear that.
How you explained it.
It's no different to any other version of that over the last 4 weeks. It's probably more now, more like 2 months actually. Over the last couple of months since going into the random servers, friendly or unfriendly, it's always been the same pattern. How do you explain this flat Earth measurement on a flat Earth? This flat Earth measurement only works on a globe, Flurf. How do you explain how this flat Earth measurement I say works on a globe works? That's all they've done for the last 8 weeks, isn't it? Over and over and over again. Example after example where they offer, and I've been describing it as them coming to me with a flat Earth measurement on a pillow. So I say, oh right, so you've come to me with altitude. Oh, so you've come to me with sea level. Oh, so you've come to me with distance. And it's always the same. They come to you with it on a flat Earth pillow, ready for their head to be shoved into it and their measurement shoved back up them.
Yeah, but for some reason today, it just came through loud and clear. Maybe because you did it 3 times, but I don't know. It was just perfect. Yeah, you have done it for the last few months. Agreed.
Yeah. It's just normally, like you say, it's normally with a lot of rumpusing with people trying to chat skank through the top of it so it doesn't get heard in the Discord server. Whereas this time it got heard that, well, no, you haven't explained how these flat Earth measurements work on a flat Earth. So it gets repeated. Well, no, you haven't explained how the derived nautical mile distance is derived. Okay, well, let's explain how these flat Earth measurements turn into the nautical mile derivation. Well, you still haven't explained how the derivation works. Yeah, I have, and now I'm going to reiterate it for the 3rd time. Then you get a bit of rumpusing. I think on the 3rd occasion, somebody said that a counterpart had jumped in because they couldn't cope, which is also good.
Yeah, that was the map guy. That's the guy that's always declaring a map from you. He jumped in.
All right, so he couldn't contain himself while he's hearing how flat the measurements that are being put to me are. So he had to spurg through the top of it, which was perfect because it had already been repeated 2 or 3 times at the time he did it.
But that's what happens to that one particular guy. He can't take it, and he just freaking spurgs out. Spurgonometry, baby.
Yerp.
Yeah, and they use specific words like how you explain the geometry on that. What do you mean, the Earth measurement? He just did 5 times.
It's the same old super loofah, lather, rinse, and repeat, and Y-mail models. Ugh. I just told you 5 times, and that's what it is in reality. And you keep going, nuh-uh, and what if?
That is definitely one of my favourite references recently. Y-mail models. Because almost anybody who's ever watched Zoolander knows exactly what's being talked about. It's the David Duchovny scene with him with his hand in a barometric pressurised chamber to keep it immaculate for his hand modelling. And he's explaining why ninja assassins are trained male models. how they can get into various different secure areas without any suspicion, how they're at the peak of physical excellence so they can be trained to be assassins. This all gets explained to the Zoolander character by the David Duchovny character, and once he's finished summarising why male models would be used as ninjas, Zoolander goes, but why male models?
Yeah, exactly. I can't even describe to you how hot it is in Alabama right now. The sweat is literally pouring off me outside, and I'm in the shade. Are we still connected to Discord?
Yes.
All right, Flat Earth Cafe. You got to touch base with me sometime later.
Hey Neil, definitely will. I have my daughter at the moment, some running around to do, but I plan on checking in with you guys in a few hours.
I think all you have to do is get Teams, and then that link I sent you in your private messages, all you got to do is click on that and you'll be connected. If it don't work, then just reach out.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I got Teams all set up on the laptop. I just got to get the link off the phone over there and test it out. But I don't think it'll be a problem once I can commit the time to sit down and focus, you know?
As soon as you're on Teams, let me know and I'll be available whenever you want to go through whatever you want to go through with me.
Awesome. Thank you.
And I'll make plenty of time available.
That sounds great.
Jolly good. Next thing on the agenda is the audiobook and the Spanish and Danish translations that are currently in progress.
I keep getting the same question. When is the paperback and the hardcover going to be available? No matter how many times you say, I don't even think it's in the works right now, and it may never come to fruition, you still get asked the same question.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, it gives me the opportunity to say, no, it's not available on Amazon. Well, they go, oh, I've seen a version for £60, or I've seen a version for $100 Australian. You're like, well, that's not mine. We're surrounded by con men, grifters, and thieves. That's anybody who's a flurf would just join the affiliate program because they can make money off it. What's left are our opposing sides, scammers, con men, grifters, thieves. Those are the people who are doing that. Because my book's only available in one place, Books Online. That's it. That's the only place you can get if I could say it, a legitimate copy.
Yeah, I state that before giving the link to your book and the affiliate program, that this is the authorized distributor.
Again, positive spin. Why would people want to do that? Well, because they want to create a site that gives them the opportunity to put negative reviews. That's it. It seems like they've got a price point that no one in their right mind would pay for unless it was being thoroughly advertised and sold to somebody. But that isn't the objective. The objective is to have a placeholder with terrible reviews. That's it. That's what they want it for. Why? Well, because you want to put people off in the same way previously when these people who are thieves have described us as being grifters and scammers. So they can put the general public off to glorify poisoning the well fallacy. Well, why is that necessary? Like, there's other books out there. Well, this one's better. That's why. This one will have an impact, so they need to poison the well. Now, for people with half a brain, they'll recognise that and go, why would you need to suppress this? Why would you need to proactively tell me not to look at it? For the curious mind, they go, I want to look at it. It happened the other, about a week ago. There's a guy called Perez Hilton who had a meltdown on TikTok or Twitter or one of the social media platforms. And loads of people were making videos going, don't look at the Perez Hilton meltdown. You're not going to enjoy it. Don't look for it. What happens? Everybody looks for it. But it often has that Streisand effect where you tell people not to do something or try and dissuade them from looking at something. No, nothing to see here. You don't want to be looking at this. It's not good. I've read it for you. You don't need to. You're like, well, why would you want to be telling me that? If it had no importance, you wouldn't be covering it.
I think like getting your record banned and then nobody plays it and you still get to number one.
Yeah, Frankie Goes to Hollywood.
Exactly.
What am I missing out? I've got to rush out and buy it so I can see what I'm missing out.
Yeah, it's like for a lot of musicians back in the 70s and 80s, getting banned on Radio 1 was a dream come true.
I did buy that Frankie Goes to Hollywood record, actually. Not because it was banned, because it was a good record. In fact, my parents banned it.
Talking about Relax.
Yeah, I pointed out that, well, it was, it was what's the word? It was only a suggestion as to what it meant. It's only people with dirty minds thought it was that.
No, that's what it meant. Relax, don't do it when you want to come. It's about as overt as it could be.
Yeah, but it's also very cleverly covert.
Yeah, in the same way as Ebenezer Good was subtle. Ease are good. You're like, this is not subtle.
But if you've got a dirty mind, then you can see all sorts of things. I don't. I just thought it was innocent.
Don't do what? Relax, don't do it. Don't do what? Well, when you want to come.
When it's time to come home.
Relax when it's time to leave the pub.
Yeah,
when it's
yeah.
time to come home. Right, couple of minutes now, round out. Fun has been had by all. We'll try and cover this Devil's Avocado video tomorrow. As I suspected today, it only needed 25 seconds of it playing and then it generated a discussion. But other than being a tool to generate a discussion, I'll have to go into Flipside initially tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll just never get it covered.
Sweet. You looking to chime in, Len?
Yeah, Len.
He must have arm ache. He's had his hand up for ages.
I was just about to say if I left my hand up from earlier. Sorry about that.
No worries.
I mean, I could play another game of Fortnite if you guys are going to continue chatting. Nobody's here. I don't know where the wife and kids are gone.
They ran off.
They just got home from work. Sorry, Christian.
Oh, my bad, mate. I was just saying they ran off without you, Nathan.
No, there'll be some lesson or something. The homeschool lessons don't actually stop in summer. So, like, I went to the art class today and I'm sure there'll be something else that's on. There's always something when you're homeschooling. There's always somebody that's got a lesson.
Got it.
Yeah, I was quite pleased. One of the kids that my youngest is friendly with and goes out and play dates with and such, and she gets on really well with her. I found out the other day that she went to a private school that we looked at. Obviously, we didn't put our kids in it because we couldn't afford it, but at one point we were looking at private schools, and one of the private schools near us, which is an exceptional school, we looked around and were like, man, if we could only afford to do this. So then we found out, or I found out a couple of days ago, that this particular kid that my youngest daughter hangs around with is a member of that particular private school. And when you see them interacting with each other on very similar levels, like, I'm quite pleased, I'm homeschooling because I can't afford to give them a private education, as opposed to not wanting them in a public school education, which is a lot of the reasons why a lot of people do homeschool their kids, because they don't like public schools. Well, I don't personally have that much against public schools. It's just, I just think that there's a better way, you know what I mean? Rather than saying, oh, it's bad and evil, and I don't actually think of it in that way. But it's nice to know that, like I say, a privately educated kid of a similar age to one of my kids is capable of interacting with her on multiple levels that are the same. Whereas, as much as it sounds, what's the word? Like I'm gloating, when I see her interacting with other kids, maybe from a brownies group that are educated in state schools, often they're, I don't want to say maladjusted, they're just adjusted in a different way, let's just say. Often in an antisocial way. I say that with a laugh because that's what most people criticise when you say you homeschool. Oh, won't they be socially maladjusted? Are you having a laugh? Like, both of my kids are really well socially adjusted, very polite and civil, and know how to interact with adults, and they're just well trained in that particular regard. Whereas you meet your average kid from an average school and they're not. They don't know how to look you in the eye. They're certainly not going to shake your hand. They're not going to be polite to you. They're not going to say please and thank you most of the time. Often they're very rude and indignant. You're like, that's not my kids. But that's the thing that people assume that will happen if you homeschool. Like, suddenly you're not going to be socially adjusted correctly because you haven't sat behind a desk for 2 hours, not allowed to talk to anybody. You know what I mean? Like, why would you think that would adjust them socially well? Anyway. Maybe I'll put them in a private school if we do really well with the book. Maybe we'll have enough income to put one of them in a private school. I think the hope's probably dwindling as one's now gone past 10 years old.
You take it step by step and enjoying the precious moments with them.
Yeah, that's something that I also get attacked for, I noticed, in videos where they want to make it about me. Their criticisms when they're accusing me of crimes, they'll also include the fact that I homeschool my kids, like it's some sort of evil endeavour. It's really weird the way that the ballers brace against me as an individual. I mean, I'm totally thick-skinned. It doesn't affect me in any way. But when you assess it, the first thing I think always is this is projection. You're projecting out your inabilities or failures onto me, or, like we've discussed on this particular show, your criminal endeavours, right? That's actually you that's on the fine line of criminality when you accuse me of it. You just don't know it. You don't know that you're projecting out that fine line onto me. Yeah, people will criticise them like, this guy homeschools. Like, the audience at large is going to go, well, then we must burn him. You know what I mean? That's what they're appealing to. It's said in that tone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the ingratiated stereotype that you must be abusing them by doing this in Denver when it's actually quite loving and fruitful in reality.
Thought you were going to say in reality they're abusing us, the little sods.
Well, you want to go there. But I'm referring to those folks that want to attack you or us based on, homeschooling and whatnot. Yeah. It's just them being vindictive with their stereotypes. Like you brought up, they're going to be antisocial, or they're going to be not as intelligent, and that kind of nonsense. I'm quite the opposite. Quite polite, quite sociable, able to disseminate information and how things are, and be intelligent.
Yeah. I'm sure I've said this before, but when I was taking them to nursery when they were younger, I'd be amongst grandparents who had taken on the, care of the grandkids while the actual parents were at work. And they all had the same story, that they really regret not spending the time with their kids because they were out at work. And now they're watching their kids do the exact same thing while they look after their grandkids. And I'd be there, half the age of the majority of the people in this creche. And they were like, well, how come you're here? Or like, well, my wife works mornings and then she, looking after the kids in the afternoon, but we'll homeschool them. And it was fortunate for us because it was around the time that COVID hit and lots of people started having to homeschool whether they wanted to or not. So people were a lot more empathetic when you were like, we just carried on, we just didn't stop. And people were like, yeah, that makes sense. Rather than, you what? You homeschool? Why would you want to abuse your children in this way? But pre-COVID, that's how people would talk to you. Like, why are you a child abuser? Why would you want your child to be raised socially maladjusted?
And then certain individuals want to round up the authorities on you, or and others that want to homeschool their children.
Well, some people might have got away with that, right? Because there's two different types of homeschooling. One is where you're very anti-government. You don't want the government to know anything you're doing. You don't have any association with them. You don't tell them what they're doing. You don't report to them. Now, I'm not anti-government. Like, I pay my taxes. I'm normal in that regard. What your average Joe would call normal. Now, obviously, there's plenty of conspiratards out there that would frown upon the way I am. But I don't care. It's like, I want an easier life. And if people say, well, that makes you weak, you're like, okay, well, if you can view it that way. But when it comes to that decision, it's paid off. So the authorities, if you want to call them that, the people who we do report to about the kids' education and where we are with them, right, have written back, like with praise. That is to say, they're very pleased with how we homeschool our kids. Now, I remember getting a letter, it was about 18 months, 2 years ago, something like that. But we got this letter back from the local authority praising what we do with our kids, right? And I remember telling several of the homeschoolers about it, and they're like, we've never had a letter. I'm like, have you not? I'm like, no. Like, we get requested to pass this information on, that information on, and we do in our own good time. It's annoying and blah, blah, blah. That's normally the attitude that you get. Whereas we got it's not like we were getting a commendation letter for anything. We don't need them recommending to anything, you know what I mean? But we just got a letter praising our good homeschool scheme, or whatever you want to call it, our technique in terms of how we were schooling our kids. Now, because we're in good contact with our local authority in that regard, when people started claiming that I was beating my kids, it didn't end up in me automatically be assumed to be some off-the-radar child abuser. Like, no, our local council know exactly who we are and what we do with our kids, and we do report to them. Now, you don't have to, And many of, like I say, the people that we associate with are like, oh no, we're very much off the radar. We don't want our local council that's telling us how we will school our kids. How dare they? You know, that's the whole point of not schooling them in a school to begin with. You're like, well, okay, fair enough, but that's not my attitude. Unfortunate, because like I say, it might have been the case that some of these scumbags that were reporting me to the police and social services, had I been off the radar, they might have taken their false accusations more seriously.
Yeah, based on your honor, they know the deal. They know what's up.
Yeah, it doesn't stop people making their reports. People want me to be in pain. That's basically it. And it is pure projection. They want me to be in pain. That's the reality. And if they can wangle me having my kids taken off me, they'd be delighted, wouldn't they? That's because that's what they are. These people are scum.
Yeah, that goes back to the foundation of who they are, and they don't care. They demonstrate it with every interaction that we have here. Yeah, just for two quick examples, like Rob Noxious threatening to murder Daniel Samaniego and I, or the Rasta going to murder you as well. I mean, you don't need anything more. That demonstrate what complete evil scum you are. What, over the geometry of the earth? That's just the way it is. Here's measured flat, there's flat, and you get all butthurt about it. Want to do evil things like that, and get out of here.
Yeah. But like I say, the people around them will make all those excuses because it's like, no, socially, these are flat earthers. Like, we are allowed to do this to them. It's perfectly reasonable behaviour.
Yeah, they've been conditioned that it's just socially acceptable behavior. Yeah,
Yep.
That's okay. Yeah, burn them at the stake. It's okay. And then they're shocked when you make it clear it's not okay.
Well, it's only in recent weeks since the book's publication that you can start holding a mirror up to them in a way that's really overt to the general public. I know this is just straight up theft. There's no amount of justifying it because you don't like your opponent. But the assumption is, when you're a scumbag, that everyone will sympathise with you when you do something criminal. It's like, no, you'd be surprised. Most people don't like that.
Whoa, 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 hold off here. Yeah, it's uncool. It's not accepted. You making every little Weasley excuse, oh, it's not a PDF, or oh, I'm just borrowing, or oh, it was gifted to me. No, you stole it.
Is this still the after show, Nathan?
Yeah, I haven't rounded out yet. I just started playing another game because the kids weren't home, but they are now. So I'll be a bit more quiet, unfortunately. But I don't mind continuing the show till I finish this game.
Do you mind if I ask Craig a computer question if he's about?
Yeah, you feel free, mate. I don't mind.
Mr. Click OK, are you kicking about, dude? Never mind. But I'll just talk about the issue anyway. Basically, a couple of weeks ago, I've got a 2-monitor setup. I've got a Acer monitor and a Samsung curved one. And the other week, the Samsung curved one that was my main monitor, every now and again would just like blank out, then pop back on. So it's kind of ruined me playing computer games. I still try to persevere playing PUBG, but just at the critical point where someone's turning up, the screen would go out. And in the middle of a bloody long game where you're fighting against 100 people, last man stands, that's very annoying if you're getting quite a way through. But yeah, I've just turned my PC on. It was on for a bit, and now it's just not coming back on. But I don't know how to find out what the issue is, because one monitor is a DV and the other one is a DisplayPort. So I don't know whether it's an issue with the bloody monitor or an issue with my graphics card. Joys of technology.
Don't think he heard you.
Yeah.
Totally sympathise. Nothing worse than getting to the last man standing and then suddenly you're being obliterated by your own equipment failing.
Indeed. Indeed.
We're in the past 4-hour mark on the show, so me playing a game with hardly anybody talking is fine because there's something visually interesting going on. So I actually don't mind. Plus, this will be one of those times that somebody will enter into the server while there's a bit of silence, and then suddenly you start getting asked about flat earthy questions just because there's a bit of silence. And therefore, your average Joe gets a bit of bravery.
Well, did you ever check out any of those podcasts I recommended a while ago, the comedy ones? I think one of them was Legion of Skanks and the other one may have been Kill Tony.
Didn't.
Kill Tony's quite a good show. If you're into stand-up comedy. I didn't realise it had been going for like 14 years. But it's taken quite a few years for it to become a good show. There's another one that I've been getting into recently called Story Wars with a Z. And basically it's hosted by 2 comedians, Big J and Louis J. Gomez from Legion of Skanks. And they have a panel of random comedians, and they've all got to bring to the table like 3 to 5 stories, and they're randomly drawn out, and you've got to basically guess whose mad story it is. It's quite good, the way to deconstruct it and some of the silly things you find out that they've been up to. It's quite good.
Cool.
Have you ever heard of Chris Turner? He's like a British comedian, freestyle rapper. I ended up stumbling across him. He was on America's Got Talent or something. He got to the final. but basically he has a bit of stand-up, a bit of crowd work and whatnot. Then he just asks for random suggestions from the crowd and makes up a freestyle rap about it. He's quite good. I'm thinking about popping up to the Edinburgh Fringe to catch him, because he's just emigrated to America this last year, so it's going to be a rare occasion to see him over here. Fringe is quite good. Mad crazy up in Edinburgh. Bustling.
Can you share with us a tidbit of his material?
Chris Turner, not so much, because I'm not much of a freestyle rapper, to be perfectly honest. But I'll find one of his videos and stick it in Master B. He's quite good, like he really likable fella, and he's good crack.
Awesome. How about your channel? Still needing a moment to get more credits and time, then?
Actually, it's the 18th now, isn't it? Yeah, I love just getting some new credits. I'll be able to get back into it.
I really enjoy it. Like the last one with the Uruguay guy that was rolling on the floor laughing. And then also,
I got more pussy than you. Meanwhile, I'm responsible for 100 abortions. But then I'm going to read a portion of scripture because Nathan's a liar. But I'm not American.
while he's demonstrating his determined sinful being. Hypocrite.
Yeah, it was absolutely hilarious. He wrote a comment saying he's never wore a Batman t-shirt on his stream, so he doesn't know how I've gotten a picture of that.
I still love his comment towards to refute it was that he would never have the Yamaha speakers because he has JBL. You missed the boat, sunshine.
These people don't deserve our time. We never speak to them again. It'll be okay with me. They don't.
Yeah, oh, yeah. That's just reality. I pointed that out when I first started chatting on Nathan's channel 2.5 years ago.
Look at Eddie. He's starving for Nathan's attention. He played his hand. And now it's over.
Yeah, he's going to get all these socks out the drawers. But yeah, unless he's going to try and find someone else to bloody stalk, which I highly doubt. But he needs that interaction. He's been doing it every day for God knows how long.
It's the same old wind-up merchant troll coming out from under the bridge to in vain. Do whatever you can to cause chaos and to havoc, or though it's going to be prosperous in any way, when he's just grasping for straws and drowning and wanting you to feed him. Just drown. Metaphorically speaking, of course.
I think I've just sorted my PC issue out, and it was a simple task of just putting it into a different display port on my graphics card. I didn't realise I had extra display ports and DVI ports straight back on. Fantastic.
Happy days. Craig's really good,
kind of mean.
Didn't even have to say anything, and Crave solved your problem.
But yeah, it shows that must be an issue with the graphics card, so maybe I should still upgrade that.
Happy days. Didn't have to go through any of that trouble. But yeah, just the Cocker Spaniel licking the whipped cream from Dave McKeegan's face is reason alone. It pays just to subscribe to your channel, Glenn. I love that video.
Yeah, I should probably make some more of the little short ones. They don't take long at all, but it's like, who to pick next?
How about Simon Dan? He's been on tap of late.
So what kind of angle could I take with Simon's scam? I know that he's a thief and whatnot, and that his reference frames are ruined. But yeah.
Yeah, that's enough spaces to go.
Thief Man Dan.
Nathan.
Thief Man Dan.
Thief Man Dan.
On that note, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Millimeter, it be accurately measured. It's measured flat, direction up and down. Flat level we at, fly over ground. Descending from that breeze, heading in degrees. Horizontal, flat, ESC. Now you know it's flat below ground. Measured flat.